Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. You know what it is, you know what to do, and you know what to do, and that is hit the like button the moment you come in. I have a very special guest. If you were watching Bernard Riley's show earlier, you know her as Delaney, and she had some interesting things to say in the chat room. She had trouble connecting, so I gave her my number, and we talked in the background, her and I, and myself and her husband had a very interesting conversation, much of which we'd like to share with all of you, and so she can give her perspective. Now, a little bit of background on her. She's been married for 21 years, has 2 kids, highly successful as a lawyer, and her husband is highly successful as well. She and I had the question of why can't this template be replicated throughout the Black community? And that's leading us to the conversation that brings us here today. So make sure you hit that like button. Now, why do you think it is that the Cosby Show template cannot be replicated throughout Black America?
Well, I would start off, and good night, everyone, or good evening, everyone. I would start off by saying, I don't think it's necessarily that it cannot be replicated. But what I do believe is that there is, of course, we all know there's a lot of work that that needs to be done in the community in general. Mm-hmm. I think one factor that my husband and I have spoken about a lot, he and I got married quite early. I wouldn't necessarily recommend marrying quite that early for everyone. I don't think that that's necessarily a path that is tenable for everyone, because I was 20 years old, 19. I turned 20 the next month when we got married. But so that's quite young, obviously. But I do think that that's a part of the issue, is that the current climate in our culture is such that people have been taught, go out, sow your oats. And I think it used to be men more so. But now even women, you're taught, go out, have fun, have your hot girl summer. And I'm not judging that. It's just that when you wait until you're 35, or 30 years old to find a mate, the climate is completely different. The dating atmosphere is completely different. When you are meeting and you're young, you build together. My husband and I built everything that we have together. When I met him, of course I wasn't an attorney. He wasn't a franchise owner. We just had dreams. We had dreams and we supported one another. He's been there by my side along the way. There are no delusions that anyone has about what they came bringing to the table, because we built the table together. Right. He knows that he would not be where he is without me. I know that I would not be where I am without him. So I think that's one factor, and it's difficult to really put the onus on younger people in a sense, because I understand that this was back in the the 90s, so everything's different now. I think to marry that young would probably almost be impractical, or at least a lot of people may say that, but at least younger than what people are aiming for now. That's my opinion. I think that's one huge factor.
Well, what's the sweet spot? Because you say that 30 is too old, but 19 is too young. When should people start considering and taking marriage seriously?
I think it really depends on the individual. I think you have to know who you are. I think, I will explain one factor that was important to us was our faith. Both of us are Christians. He's actually a minister as well. He's not a pastor, so he still works, but so he's not in full-time ministry, but he's an ordained minister. We were, both concerned about making sure that we were living our lives in a way that was honorable. So that was, and not to come off like, let's hurry up and get married so that we're not in sin. Not that, but it was just important. That was a factor, if I'm being honest. That was important to us. I think that, you have to take into account who you are, knowing, I think there are factors in terms of how you are raised as well. I think we have to be honest with ourselves. Like, if you know that you grew up in an environment where, okay, I didn't have a person didn't have a father around. I did. My father was in my life. He was married to my mom until he passed. But I think that if someone did not have that, I think that they do need to know, okay, look, I may not know, you have to be honest with yourself. I may not have had modeled for me what I should be doing. I need to find a mentor. I need to, if I want to get married, I need to be preparing myself for that. I need to seek, I think counseling is something, a therapist is something that everyone should have. And there's a little bit of a taboo in our community, but I think it's important. I mean, even just having, a therapist to talk to if there's no one else, having a strong community, and just being able to seek out the modeling that is needed is important too, because we have to be aware of what our shortcomings are, in terms of our background. But I think knowing what you're looking for in a partner, if you're unclear, but I think it's about preparation. So moving in that direction as soon as possible, moving in the direction to prepare yourself to be financially, capable of supporting a family, if you know that that's the goal that you have, moving into environments where you'd be more likely to meet the right people. And it's about preparation. And then I think that there's a very organic process that happens. And this is what I don't hear a lot of talk about, but I do believe in, is the person that's for you is for you. So it's about, I don't know that you can plan out, because I don't know that you can plan out, okay, at this date, at 24, I'm going to get married. But I think that moving into preparing yourself, again, understanding what the pitfalls may be in terms of what you may not have been prepared for, and then moving into environments and preparing yourself for that, moving into that energy, so that when that moment comes and when that person that is for you is presented, that you're ready. I think that's the best that anyone can expect for a person to do.
What does it take to get ready? Because you mentioned that you and your husband built together. Like it seems like y'all started together unready and y'all work towards assuring that the other party is ready for what's about to come.
Well, I would say this. I don't know that, because again, we all come from different backgrounds. Now, when we say unready, and I say this humbly, but my I've always had a very strong, financial support system. So even when we, it may not be necessarily fair to refer to that, because we've never truly been in a situation where we were on our own. I mean, it was always like, if we need something, there's someone to call. So there was a strong support system with my family, and with his too, but with mine more so, probably. But I think that so let's take someone who may not necessarily be in that particular situation. I would say, again, and I guess I may be repeating, but going back to what I said previously, moving into environments where you are positioning yourself, definitely going to seek higher education, which unfortunately I see in different spheres, being in the Black community, being sort of devalued. um I see an overemphasis on the debt, when in reality, and I don't want to go too much into that yet, but in reality, it's really not that much of a burden. I mean, I do have loans from law school, but I mean, they're income based, and they're forgiven after a certain amount of time. So it's always going to be based on what your income is. And you let them know what your income is, and you have to turn in documentation, and so it's tempered toward what you are able to afford to pay, and then they're written off at a certain point. So I find that to be kind of a moot point that's being made. But definitely higher education, to position oneself as best as possible. I do know that trades pay well, trades pay well too. And you have to know what you desire to do as well. I think probably the worst prison one can find themselves in is going every day to a job that they hate. So it's about knowing what you'd like to do too, but you have to research, and not have kind of a pie in the sky mentality about it. Researching, and out of what you research that's viable in terms of a profession, then seeking after that and positioning yourself for that. And making sure that who you're encountering is going to be people whose mentality is the same way, so that whoever you're combining incomes with is going to have the same mentality that you do.
Why is it that Black people seem to have been together more when they were educated less? When you think of the trope of Big Mama and Pop Up or something like that, somebody who was from the traditional generation, somebody who was born before, say, 1950, um, they generally were not educated. However, they sustained marriages for till death do them part. And if they're still alive, they're still married. Why is it
Mhm.
so? Why is it that they were able to sustain absent education and now it's a sudden requirement?
I think there are a lot of factors that affect that. I think number one, probably the largest, the most influential factor is that we're in a completely different economy than we were at that time. I mean, I know my grandparents, both sets of my grandparents were married until one of them passed.
Mhm.
And, I used to enjoy talking to them a lot about what their experiences were. Um, Now, on my father's side, they were from the South, and my grandmother was Creole. And then on my mom's side, they were from the North. But um, they had the option of, I mean, you could graduate from high school and go work at the plant and make enough money to sustain an entire family, which is what they did. Both grandfathers did this. We don't live in that, that economy now. Um, and
We
so I
don't.
think that's one factor. I think the second factor is that we are in a society now where divorce is it's too readily available. It's too easy in people's minds. It's just that's immediately what you go to. It's almost like the same way people treat a dating relationship. Hey, it's not working, I'm done, we're going to go to get divorced. I'm sure there's more consideration taken than just in dating, but I think that back then, and from speaking to many older couples that I know, even in my church as well, besides just my parents were also married until my father died, but it wasn't an option. There were religious principles that fed into this as well, and I think that's another factor. I think there's been a huge departure from that. I am going to try to I mean, I have to answer honestly, but I'm going to try to keep in mind that not everyone has the same religious beliefs.
Mhm.
But that's a huge factor too, because when if you grow up, if you I won't even say grow up, but if you adopt a Christian or a traditional religious. So I would say Christian, Islamic, Judaism,
Abrahamic religion. Yes.
Abrahamic. Thank you. Yes,
Mhm.
Abrahamic. Thank you. If you adopt that, it's not an option. You have there are guidelines. This is where you can get divorced in the Christian faith. You can get divorced if there is infidelity, and that's pretty much it. You don't just get to leave because you are struggling. I mean, it's like, and my dad always said to me, I remember him, he wasn't even saying it to me. I mean, just hearing him talk, or sometimes if he was, delivering a sermon, I remember him saying sometimes that with marriages, sometimes, it's not always 50-50. It might be 70-30 at a certain point. It might be 50-50 at a certain point. It might be, 80-20 at a certain point, but you're there and that commitment has been made, and it's not an option to just exit, whenever you're just uncomfortable. And they would, and he'd say, a lot of times people would, you may have a few rough years, but then you'll find that you move right back into, a honeymoon phase at a point. See, and a lot of our generation will never even experience that, because as soon as they go through that hardship, they're done. So I think those are all factors, for why the marriages lasted the way that they did with absent education. And education doesn't have anything to do with that, really. When I was speaking on that, I just meant in terms of the financial preparation. But yeah, those are the factors that affect why those marriages lasted, in my opinion.
Okay. So I definitely agree with religion bringing certain principles to the relationship. Do you feel that the people that you talk to, the churchgoers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, do you feel that if given the opportunity to where it was socially acceptable, they would divorce the same as a non-religious person? Or put it like this: if your grandparents grew up today, do you feel that they would have divorced?
I don't think that they would have. Now, my grandmother was my grandmother, I just explained, she was Creole. So she
Right.
did attend church, she was Christian, but she also
I thought Creole were Catholic.
Well, it's hoodoo. So basically what hoodoo is sort of,
No, it's Haitian. I get it.
yeah, it's like a juxtaposition of voodoo and then, Catholic principles. So
Right.
she practiced that as well. But she, I mean, there are Christian principles kind of worked into that too. But when I speak on that, I just say that because I think it's kind of difficult to extricate, though, the socialization, that they were under at the time too. I mean, it'd be really difficult to say that, because I think the reason that people are so quick to exit now is, like, look at everything that we see on TV. Look at the messages that we get.
Right.
They weren't receiving that programming, so they grew up that way too. Hey, you stick it out unless there's something. I mean, I know for a fact there are people who stuck out abusive relationships, and that's not, and I that isn't healthy. That's the downside. Every coin has two sides. That's the downside to it, is that people were persisting in situations that perhaps were untenable and that they shouldn't have been. But yeah, I mean, their socialization was such that, you stay, you just stay. So I'm not saying that was always necessarily good. That's a layer one answer to your question, of why they stay. Now, what, in terms of judgments about what was healthy and what wasn't, I'm sure as the conversation evolves, we'll, continue to go into those factors. But, just that top layer, that initial layer, why did they stay? I mean, there's a socialization, and and part of it was religious and spiritual.
Exactly. And that's what I was kind of like edging you to, because you had harsh critiques of the manosphere and what we do here, what we're doing. And well, let me speak primarily for myself, even though there are other creators who are doing the same thing. What we are doing is we're offering a counterbalance to the negative socialization that exists primarily towards the women.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're offering in this space. It is quite obvious with Hot Girl Summer, et cetera, fat acceptance, et cetera, et cetera, that there is a counter socialization. And when I say counter, I mean counter to what Bill Cosby was attempting to do in the 80s, what society was attempting to do in the past prior to that, what society has done for your parents and grandparents. There is a counter socialization process that far too many young people and people our age bought into.
Mm-hmm.
And it's caused a new culture that doesn't sustain relationships. Um, Fortunately, your marriage is rooted in older principles, dating back to the birth of Judaism, Catholicism, Christianity, whatever you want to call it. But dating back to the origins of Abrahamic religions, these principles are very old, and you decided to cling to that. People who are clinging to modern principles have a lot of trouble sustaining relationships, and I think that education, at least as it doesn't pertain to social behaviors, isn't the reason that that's happening. Like, I don't know relationships that end because the woman particularly is not educated enough. I think that that's a misdirection
No.
as far as addressing the real problem.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. And when I was bringing that up prior to, where the education kind of fits into me is just, when we're talking about the preparing yourself for early on, though, again, it may not be logical for everyone to marry necessarily as early as people used to, but I can clearly see where the time frame is kind of presenting an issue, that, in terms of our current society, and when people decide that they are ready to settle down. And I mean on both sides, I think that's something that's shared. And so the education just comes in terms of leveraging yourself, being prepared, so that when that time comes, that you are ready financially, mentally, you've worked on yourself, and then you've leveraged yourself to be in a position to encounter somebody who is, comparable to what your beliefs are, what your beliefs, your financial situation. And so that's all just a part of preparation. But I don't think that divorces hinge on that. I think they can hinge on finances. I do think education comes in when it comes to people who never make it to that point in wanting to marry. I think it plays a role there heavily.
Okay, so you have immigrants from all over. Wherever you live, and here in California, you have immigrants from all over. They come over with a sixth grade education. I know a family who's done this, and they come with a sixth grade education because after that, they're asked to work the field or they're asked to help with the family expenses. Once they get here, however, they're definitely not educated. The man is capable of supporting the family, very large family, similar to the people of the Great Migration for the Black community. They're capable of doing that. So the economic changes don't really affect them from getting a job that supports a family on a job, or excuse me, without an education.
Yes.
They are able to do this, and those families seem to last longer and stronger than the, I don't know, Western template of families.
Absolutely.
So I don't think, and see, here's why, and we got into a back and forth on that as far as we downplay the education. I don't think that we as men were downplaying education. More so, I think that the women are overplaying it. They think that we should feel that it's more important than it is. In fact, I'll just go out on a limb and say, and I think that even though you mentioned that you come from a rare background, socioeconomically speaking, I'll go on a limb to say that I think that most Black American women don't really have a reasonably clear understanding of what Black American men want long term. I think that they've never asked, and even if they were told, they still don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to that?
Wow, that's kind of there's a lot to unpack there, because my first instinct, I mean, as you were talking, my first question, as my wheels were turning, was, number one, how do we know that what Black American men want is necessarily what would be best suited for what, in other words, the end goal that we're all looking for, like the subject that we're discussing tonight, where did the Cosby Show, where did that trope fail us? I think as a collective, we understand that I believe that we understand that we want to come together and that we want to see our race elevate as a whole. And sometimes what I look at is, simply because Black men are saying, hey, this is what I want, that doesn't necessarily mean that as a collective we know exactly, they know, or necessarily the women too. I'm not saying the women know, but it doesn't mean that we know exactly what will get us there. And let me just explain what I'm saying. We talked about this earlier. When I look at the manosphere content, a lot of times I see these, and it's very bothersome to me in a sense, because I see this sort of devaluation of education, of women seeking education. I see we don't care. I even remember seeing some podcasts of Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. I'm pretty neutral on him, and I'll explain that later. But I see some podcasts he had where it was like, men don't care about that. This is being taught. This is being promulgated within the manosphere, which is I mean, there are a lot of men who are tuning in, and I think that is extremely deleterious to our advancement. And the reason I say that is because that may be what they want. They may feel like they don't care about that, but I don't know that we can afford that as a collective. So when you look, even if you look back historically, primitive, or I won't say primitive, but historically older societies, we've all heard of a dowry. Even they understood, okay, the woman's contribution can have a completely can have an overwhelming effect on the success of a new union. The Black family unit, we are behind economically when it comes to generational wealth specifically. And the notion that, hey, I don't care anything about what a woman brings to the table in terms of her education, which is what would leverage a woman to be someone who could build a two income home with a man. That's not what we need to be teaching, because the average Black man makes $50,000. The average Black woman, if I'm not mistaken, is a little bit less. That's due to, in my opinion, well, I won't even say opinion, from what I've researched, that's due to gender disparities. And that's true in every race, that the women make a little bit less than the men. But the men make around 50,000. In this current economy, 50,000 is not enough to sustain a household alone. So our men and our community specifically need to be thinking about, okay, it may not be the main factor. Attraction is going to be a factor, of course. That's true for everyone. But they don't need to be walking around feeling like they don't care about that, because you are the most likely to be able to build a family that will pass generational wealth on to their children with a woman who is educated, with a woman who can work and contribute. So say you have two $50,000 income, partners who are joining incomes, who are joining and creating a union. You have just moved that family into a 6-figure income family. Now that family can move out of, perhaps they're in an urban environment. That family can now combine incomes and move into a middle-class environment. That's a better education for the children. We're not even talking about private school education. We're talking, public school education that would rival, in some cases, a private school education, depending on where you move. So, it's important to not just look at what men want, but what do we as a collective benefit from? And I hear a lot of rhetoric that doesn't necessarily, that those two are not jiving together, what we need to be doing and what we may want to be doing.
Okay, I seen an article stating that educated peoples, for the most part, are making the same as their uneducated counterparts. They mentioned a lot of reasons that they do. I'll look for the article, but there was several statistics pointing to the fact that a lot of people go to university and they graduate and they don't really find work in the field that their degree had, led them to. They find themselves, in the same job that they would have had they not received an education. However, 4 years behind in career advancement at that particular job. And this isn't me this isn't what I'm doing to just go against education or anything like that. And what you're describing works under certain circumstances. It works when you're 19. It doesn't work at a certain age where women are seeking older men, and probably men who are further along in their success. And then they offer their success. It's like, what does an education offer a guy who makes 6 figures already? And that is what these women are coming with, men like that. And that's probably what Kevin Samuel was alluding to, rest in peace, that, listen, you're bringing water to the lake. It's like, I make $200,000 and you're bringing 80K. I want youth and beauty. Now, you took a significant amount of time to reach a point in your life to where you earned that 80K. However, you sacrifice youth and beauty for money, and I don't need your money. And then you offer it to men that don't need their money. You see, a lot of women, particularly Black women, in fact, almost exclusively Black women, they work on that template. They work on the first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the husband. And what Kevin Samuels and myself would say to that is, no, you got it completely backwards. First, you take your youth and you keep your beauty, and then you get the husband, and then you get the money and power. That's essentially what you did. It's really, how can I say? It's the template now, as you say, they really shouldn't be trying to do that. They really shouldn't start taking relationships serious in their 30s. Well, what were they doing in their 20s? They were educating themselves and focusing on their career, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of women shoot themselves in the foot with that. So if we have to say, listen, your education is not as important as your youth, beauty, and fertility, we actually mean that. by a wide margin. And this is where the disconnect that I was talking about happens. This is where, it's like, listen, this is what we want. We want youth, beauty, fertility. That is more important to a man who has an income than a woman with an income.
I would tend to disagree with that. And the reason I say this, I wanted to touch on the way the education and wealth gap, but I'll touch on that in a moment. But I can speak now. Again, I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying I do fully understand that personal experiences are anecdotal. So I'm not one. I want to make, because I can't stand when people do that. So I want to make sure that it's clear. I understand these are personal experiences. However, I will say, I'm talking probably about a sample size of maybe 60 people. So I'm not talking about one, like, hey, my dad did this, that's silly, right? But I'm talking about a sizable sample size. The men that I grew up around, whether we're talking about my own father, the men that were the fathers of the young ladies that I grew up with, the people in my church, there were many high earning men. And I can't think of any who had wives that were, no, that's not true. I won't say none, but I would say we're probably looking at maybe, because there were some, maybe 70-30 whose wives weren't accomplished. Even as we were speaking about earlier, even if you look at, I don't know if you do, I enjoy reading like Forbes magazine and, the different Harvard Business Journal, and I even see when it comes down to the wealthiest men in the world. So we're talking about men who absolutely don't need any contribution whatsoever. Okay. But if you look at them, even those men, their wives are accomplished women. So we have to look at, what are they looking at? So even like, for example, Mark Zuckerberg, his wife is Priscilla Chan. She is a pediatrician. Elon
How old were they
Musk,
when they met?
they did meet in school. I believe she's the young lady in school. But the rest of my
they met in Harvard.
The rest of my examples do deviate from that, though. But you can go ahead. I don't mean to. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, in addition to education, these women are offering youth and beauty. The pushback that we get is women who offer education in place of youth and beauty. And that is what's happening far too often in our community.
Yeah, but who's setting forth these margins? Because I don't necessarily.
What do you mean
agree.
setting forth these margins?
When you say that, you just said the women that you're pushing back against are women who try to present the accomplishments in lieu of youth and beauty. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case. There's a lot of overlap there. There are plenty of women, who.
And those are the ones that are married to the men, right? And those are the ones that are married to the men that you described, like Mark Zuckerberg.
Not necessarily. I mean, I don't look.
Okay, let's put it.
I don't want to say anything negative about anyone, but I will say this: if you go, anyone who's listening that would like to take a small challenge here, you can go online right now. I want you to Google what, well, not her, but let's Google what Elon Musk's former wife, who was an author, looked like. We can Google what, and her name is, I can't remember her name, but we can go, or let's take Melody Hobson. She is married to George Lucas. I mean, she's a nice looking woman, but this is not a model, by any stretch. But
I'm not saying that men are looking. I'm not saying that men are looking for models or anything like that, or that's a requirement. And of course,
I mean, they're average looking.
And of course, they're average at best. Who's also looking for a man that's exceptionally wealthy, but
and the men that they got are.
Yeah, in these particular circumstances. I mean, there's always going to be a unique set of events that bring two people together, that brings an average person together with an exceptional person. I strongly suspect that that what's her name, Justine Musk, or Tallulah Riley. I strongly suspect that he would have married them regardless of their education. That's just what I suspect. I could be wrong. Nevertheless, what I want to point out, what I want to highlight is that it's not as important as women like to, particularly Black women, like to, present. By your logic, there are women out going out, getting their bachelor's degrees, saying, "Okay, I'm looking for Elon Musk right now." They will find themselves greatly disappointed,
Oh, they
and
will.
they and
They will.
and they voice their disappointments at Black men. All of a sudden, we're broke because you got your degree and you expected Elon Musk. That's not really logical at all.
No,
Though there are exceptions to the rule, women should not be sacrificing their youth and beauty on foolish escapades. And to me, I don't know, getting your PhD in Greek mythology is a foolish escapade.
okay, well, wait, let me I would tend to agree with that. So, and remember earlier in the conversation I did say that I do think Black women need to make sure that, and this is not a detraction from anyone, any degree that you have attained for yourself, that's an incredible accomplishment, and I want to touch on that a little bit later. But I do think not even just Black women, people period, white people, Black people, everyone in this economy needs to do some research and determine, okay, what field of study is most lucrative, what field of study looks like it will, be able to transcend, the ups and downs of the economy. And then out of those, pick what you like, not just blindly going into, hey, I like, Greek mythology. I mean, so I would agree with that. However, I do want to say this. Yeah, there are exceptions, but it's not an exception. It's the rule. When I look at the wealthiest men in the world, I could continue on with my list. I don't want to bore everybody to death, but I mean, from Bill Gates to Jeff Bezos, the women that they partnered with were not just, I have a friend who calls them, um, he calls women who kind of come to the table with nothing but their looks and don't really have anything to offer, sweet nothings. That's terrible. I'm not saying that that's, a good attitude, but he says, he'll call them sweet nothings. So it's, they don't partner with women like that. They partner with women who are accomplished, and it's not because they need the income. So let's look at what it might be. I mean, Jeff Bezos. I don't remember what the occupation of his wife was, but I do know that she was accomplished, and I do know that they co-founded Amazon together. And that's the funny thing. A lot of people, we know his name, we don't know hers. She's kind of a silent partner, but she co-founded that with him, and I think that is I think sometimes in some instances that's the dream,
Okay.
that there's a woman to build a that there will be a woman to build it kind of an empire with a power couple
Mhm.
dynamic. And then I think other times it may not have anything to do with that, but it's more so an issue of who are they compatible with, who is, looking at the gene pool, who am I going to create children with? I want an intelligent woman to blend my genes with. I just think that men, we need to look at, accomplished men have a different outlook and a different set of criteria than men who are not coming from that viewpoint. And that's
Well,
okay. I'm not putting either one down. If I could just finish really quick, I'm not putting either one, and sorry if I'm long-winded, but I'm not putting either one down. What I'm saying is that we want to look to the outcome we desire. We don't want to just dig our heels in and say, this is what we want. We don't care what you say. This is what we want, and we're going to do it regardless, if it doesn't necessarily equate to the outcome we're looking for.
well,
That's
no,
all I'm saying. So when you look at
and
men who are accomplished, you want to look and say, okay, well, what do men who are why is it that that's what they do? Because they
okay.
don't just marry the quote unquote sweet nothings. That's not what
Uh,
they do.
okay, a woman who doesn't have an education is not a nothing. And
I said
furthermore,
that.
and, well,
I'm
right quick,
joking.
yeah, no, I get it, And furthermore, um, education is not synonymous with intelligence. Let's be clear on that. In fact, in modern times, it's not even a major indicator, in my opinion. I was looking into Justine Wilson, Elon Musk's first wife. She was 28 now when they married, so she did at least offer youth. She didn't publish her book, a novel, Blood Angel, until 5 years into the relationship. After a first failed attempt to have kids. I don't really think that he gave a crap about her degree in English literature from University of Kingston. I don't. Quite frankly put, I think that there was other factors. Listen, we can all look at what they're doing, what the super rich are doing and say, oh, they're all marrying right-handed women. So Lizzo can say, yes, I'm right-handed. How come they're not marrying me? Like it's not really the correlation and the causation is two different things, and I think that that is what's leading a lot of Black women astray. They take the information that's given to them by women like yourself, and they go down this path of first I get the education, then I get the money, then I get the husband. But it never works out that way for them. These are women that married in their 20s. We're talking about women who spend their entire 20s educating and attempting to climb a corporate ladder, and then their 30s realizing that they either can't or didn't climb the corporate ladder, and then in their late 30s to early 40s they come to us with 5 good eggs asking us how come I can't find a man because I'm educated. Like we
Okay.
that's not going to work, especially considering that most of these women they put in the time at a early age. You mentioned Mark Zuckerberg. His wife put in time at a very early age.
Absolutely.
So she offered everything: youth, beauty, intelligence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and she got her billionaire as a result of that. In addition to that, she helped him to become a billionaire. So yeah, there are ways around it, but they're not talking about those ways. They just assume that because some of these women have one thing in common, which nowadays many women have that thing in common, because so many women have this one thing in common, they should get the same results. It does not work that way. I don't,
Well,
and I
I agree.
can't
I
stress that
agree with
enough.
that. I agree
Well,
with that.
and
I
that's what
absolutely agree with that.
and
Yeah,
that's what people like myself in the present and Kevin Simmons in the past is telling women, because they come with degrees and expectations. And I'm like, listen, one thing does not equate to another. You, like most people, had to compromise in their career. The career that you had at every aspect of your life was not always the career that you wanted. And however, that compromise wasn't, and I'm not talking about for you in particular in this case, that compromise is not being met in other aspects of their life. They say, okay, I want this particular guy and I'm not going to compromise at any stage in my life. And they become older and older and older, and the relationships don't sustain.
let me say this. I want to clarify something really quick because I feel like as I'm hearing you talk, I want to make certain that my point isn't being conflated. And it may be my fault. Maybe I'm not, maybe I haven't communicated it as clearly as I intend. So I'm not stating that simply because you have an education now that you are ready and rearing to go and find Jeff Bezos. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Mhm,
saying though is that this current climate of Black men walking around, sitting around rather,
mhm,
online, teaching one another, hey, we don't care about that. Yeah, everybody, let's devalue education. Let's devalue the pursuit of degrees that so many Black women are putting their time into.
mhm,
What I'm saying is that that is not going to lead to the outcome that we're looking for. And the reason, one of the things I was pointing towards when I was listing the wealthier men is that the mentality, this mentality, all we care about is feminine, fit, and friendly. When you're, with the exception of, now I'm not counting entertainment and athletes, because I think it's pretty fairly understood that's a really small subsection. There are very few people that can just decide that they're going to pursue that, but we're looking at academia and we're looking at business because that's what a person can just decide within themselves that they want to pursue. Men who are walking that path do not hold that viewpoint. That's the point. That's why I was talking about who those men marry. I'm
mhm.
not saying every woman who gets a degree in what did you say, Greek literature is
Greek
going to be able
mythology.
to,
Yeah.
Greek mythology is going to be able to go marry Jeff. That's ridiculous. Of course she's not. But what I'm talking about is the mentality that's being promulgated The men that we're looking at, who Black men have the most likelihood of being able to, of that life path being able to be mimicked, so you can go into business, you can go into academia, you can go and to mimic that life path. You may not reach that point, but whatever your star is, right? That mentality is not what they hold. And there's a reason for that, is what I'm saying. And I think it's important that we dissect what's the reason for that. Why are all those men not with models? If I was listening to the manosphere, I would go and I would expect to look up the wealthiest men and say, well, they're going to all have, these pretty, because they're the wealthiest, right? So they should all have models. They shouldn't care anything about what they've accomplished. They should all have beautiful models because that's what they care about. And they don't. That's not what the women look like. They're not all young. They're not, and they weren't all married young. Yes, we can talk about the examples that were, but that's not the case for everyone. I mean,
those are the exception to the rules. Yeah,
not necessarily.
George Lucas is most certainly the exception to the rules.
And she's younger than him, but she isn't she wasn't a young, an especially young woman when they met. So my point
again, George Lucas is the exception to the rule. Most men marry women in their 20s. Most successful men marry women in their 20s. Well, I mean, but nevertheless,
where is that coming from? Because that's just not what I'm saying.
Well, even from the men that you mentioned, the Jeff Bezos, the Mark Zuckerbergs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they tend to marry women in their 20s, or at least they met them while they were in their 20s. I just looked up Jeff Bezos, and that's what he did. Donald Trump. That's typically what they do. But that aside, I think what I want to express to you is that the reason why we focus, and nobody's saying anything about models, the reason why we focus on fit, feminine, and friendly is because that is what collectively Black women are lacking. They are not reputedly feminine, fit, or friendly.
Well, wait a minute. Can I pause that really quick?
Yeah, sure.
And if I'm interrupting you, I'll stop. I don't want to. But before I forget, if I can, I'd like to just touch on that though, because we say this, but when I look, I see Black women of all shapes and sizes. There are extremely skinny Black women, and there are Black women that have the ideal proportions. Thick is the term. I see thick Black women, I see heavy Black women. I'm not really sure where this notion, this ideation. I understand that there are obesity issues in the Black community, but we do have to look at the measures of obesity. I am a smaller woman. I wear a size about 6 to 8. It depends. That's size 6 to 8. My actual weight on the scale, though, sometimes we're I don't know if it's just muscle tone or what it is, but I wear about a size 6 to 8 dress. On the scale, I'm not going to give away my actual weight, but on the scale, when you measure, we're built differently than white people are, and that's than European standards, and that's the scale for measuring obesity. So when you look at statistics specifically, you have to bear that in mind. You really do. And I know that may sound like an excuse to some people, but it's not. That's true for men too.
Anecdotally,
for Black men too. But
anecdotally speaking, even if you set the statistics aside, which is damning, but even if you set that aside,
I'm saying with the statistics.
I'm saying you asked if I set the statistics aside, and I can do that. But even
I don't want to set them aside. I don't want to set them aside.
Okay,
I want to look at them.
Either way, it doesn't matter, because no matter what, as a man, who spent portions of his adulthood single, as such, I can say that far too many Black women are fat. Far too many. And this is in comparison. This is a guy who dates, throughout the race spectrum, but has a physical preference for Black women.
Okay.
Far too many of you are fat. And this is also a guy in his 40s who have seen the 90s and, and the transition from the body types from then till now. And I can say y'all are getting fat continuously. Like, you're getting fatter. It's not getting better. Like, the further we move away from Tupac's death, the fatter y'all getting. So it's not really a matter of statistics or anything. And This is important because what's happening is we focus on these things. We're not saying that education is not important, but when women lead with their education, we're saying that y'all should lead with y'all gym memberships. We're saying that y'all should lead with a healthy mindset to where y'all would consider looking and taking relationships seriously at a younger age. That's what we're saying. That's what we're actually saying.
And I can't say that I disagree with that. I think that there are dual, and it's difficult sometimes to when there's a human tendency that we have to it's polarization, and there's a reason for that. I think you can look back. I won't bore everybody going back into our physiology or not our physiology, but anthropology in terms of grouping and survival and our ability to understand, to be able to quickly understand situations. So we group,
Mhm.
we generalize, and it's natural as humans, but we also know once we've moved into the golden era, we understand it's also irrational. And so we as humans have to really fight that tendency because it is natural, but it is also irrational. We have this tendency to look and say, okay, this is what I feel like I see. And we have to be careful with that, because what you feel like you're seeing, I don't see what you're seeing. I don't see. Now we could talk about why I'm seeing something
Well,
different than you are in terms
I
of
could
all
talk
these
about it right
factors.
now. I could tell you, you see it because you're not looking for it. As a heterosexual married woman, you're not looking at women's bodies like that. As a heterosexual black man, I am. And I can tell you, when I notice a beautiful woman or a fit woman, I do take notice. They don't really fade into the background like a fit man does. So yeah, and I can tell you that as someone who looks for such things and notice such things, whether I'm single or not, it's not enough of it in the black community. It's far too is far too scarce, and it's a major problem. Listen, if a man, okay, let's put it like this: a man comes to you, right?
Hmm.
And assuming you're single, and he says he asks for your number, and his breath stink, but he has nice shoes.
Okay.
He has the best shoes you ever seen. These are
Okay.
$900 shoes. And, he says, "Hey, look at my shoes." He's trying to sell you on his shoes. Wouldn't you just lash out one day and say, "Listen, I don't give a damn about your shoes. Brush your teeth." Like, because that's where we're at. We're at the point like, listen, you keep presenting your education, but you're at least 40 pounds overweight. Stop. Your priorities are way off.
Well, let
Now,
me say this.
granted, in that same scenario, it would be odd if a man stepped to you with no shoes on, and you're like, "Oh, wait a minute, your breath is good, but where's your shoes?"
Right.
So what we're saying is we're getting far too many women who are leading with their education, and it's like, look, I can tell that you haven't worn a bra in the past 14 years. Why are you leading with your education?
Right. And I can understand what you're saying there. If I take for granted that this is the experience that the average black man is having. Now, I hate to sound elitist. Anyone who's going to be offended that I sound elitist, I want to apologize in advance, but it's just a reality. And I'm not speaking on you personally. I'm speaking on a lot of, I'm maybe it's just the attorney in me. I don't know, but I kind of enjoy discourse and debating. So a lot of times I'll go, the first thing I do is go down to the comment section, right? In a video.
Mhm.
And I'm looking and I'm like, and I'm commenting. And I see a lot of men, and I'm looking at the way that they're commenting, the comments that are being made. And I hear, and well, I won't say hear, but what I read is a lot of these men, I think, are experiencing a situation where there is one particular environment that they are, limited to for whatever reason. And see, a lot of times they're not going to look at themselves and say, well, why do I have access to a particular type of black woman, a particular type of black woman, a particular environment? They're not going to do that. what they're going to do is make that error in reasoning that I talked about earlier and say, this is Black women, when it's not. I want to go back to when I was saying, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I think that the reason I'm not seeing what you're seeing, I don't think it's just that I'm not looking for it. I'm sure that could be a fact. I'm sure that is a factor. I know that the human mind works that way, but I think it's not just that. I think that it's also environment. What environment are you in? What I hate to say caliber, but what caliber of Black women do some of these men have access to? Because some of the comments and things that I see and hear, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not what I see in my surroundings. So I think that we have to make sure, again, back to what I said earlier, that we're not committing that logical fallacy that's very natural for human beings, but that is also illogical, where we begin trying to group and generalize, because there are other factors besides just being the factor we're talking about right now. Everything that you have said, the only factors that you've included are Black and woman. And there are way more factors than just Black and woman when you're talking about the issues that we're discussing. There's class, there's education level, there's profession.
That means nothing. Listen, I get
How does
where
that
you're.
mean nothing? Because that
I get where
affects
you're
what
going.
type of woman that you're
It really
interacting with.
does not. It really does not. Listen, we cannot have a functioning community when only Marcus Garvey's talented 10th are the capable of getting together. We can't reproduce 100% of the society.
You mean you meant
Or excuse me,
W.E.
W.E.B. Du Bois. Yes, exactly. So we can't reproduce a society where when only 10% of the people. We're not going to reproduce 100% of society with 10% of people. That's not going to happen.
But see, that's
Average.
what
The problem. Listen, let me show you something. The problem is that in the Black community, average men and women are not getting together. And since the majority of people are average, they're C students or whatever you want to call it, that is the case. This is the Hill house that you see on your screen. This is where Peggy and Hank lives. Hank is a uneducated man that sells propane and propane accessories. His wife has an associate degree and she is a substitute teacher. They get together and they had a kid. This is what white people do. That is what we should be doing. But instead, if this was a Black person, she would be at least 50 pounds overweight. And she would say stuff like, in order to be a fit, feminine, and friendly woman, you have to be within the top 10% of men.
No.
But that's what's going on. That's what you just said. You're talking. You're saying that this problem does not. No, what you're saying is that this problem does not exist amongst the elites. I get it.
No, that's not what I didn't say elite. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, it doesn't exist amongst. It doesn't exist in certain environments. The problem is that the main environment, the average environment, the women are too damn fat,
so
obnoxious, and unfeminine.
Okay, so in the average, you're saying the average environment where we're talking about a majority Black neighborhood, a majority Black environment. What percentage would you guess that the women are overweight? And not just by statistics. I know people hate when you do that, but what I'm saying is with statistics, the BMI and the measurements that are used are European standards. So I'm talking about visually fat and overweight. And that's going to be difficult to measure, again, because of what I just stated. But what would be your estimate? What would be your hypothesis for how many women?
I haven't lived in a majority Black community in quite some time. However, I will say this, and this is what I have noticed. There are far more employed Black men, than there are thin Black women. So no matter what, if a man has this one criteria that she not be fat, and he works hard, whether he's a 50K earner or a 250K earner, he is still at an extraordinary deficit.
Well,
I will say that.
Okay, I'm going to say this. And as we're speaking, I'm going to look for some statistics, even though, again, I feel that they're weighted, again, towards a year. And the body composition is absolutely different. That's been argued and answered already, through decades of research when it comes to Black bodies, men and women. But I'm going to look for some statistics here, because I don't necessarily agree with with that characterization. Now, I would like to ask you, what do you personally consider to be a fit woman? What's fit for
Okay,
you?
I don't go off of BMIs or anything like that because there's always these outlier women with where the fat just so happens to hit all the
Right.
right places.
I agree.
Um, and they step on the scale and it says 180, but you look at them and they have like H cups or some crap like that. So and people like to use those as a counter example and say, see, you like them at 180. So I won't do that. What I will do is I will display, as I've done before, my internet crush. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. All right. So this right here is my internet crush, a YouTuber who goes by the name of Kelly Stamps. So,
I like Kelly Stamps. I know who she is.
oh, you
Yeah.
know who she is. So that's the body
Yep.
type I like. That's like this right here is the body type I
Tiramisu,
like.
right? The
Hmm?
tiramisu girl.
Oh,
Tiramisu.
I don't really. I just use her as an example. I don't really watch
Okay.
her. I think her content is more for women, but I do use her
Yeah.
her as an example as a fit, feminine, friendly person.
Okay.
So
Okay.
at least her online persona is all three of those things. So yeah, that's the you asked. That's the body type that I like.
Okay.
Now there
Okay.
are far too few Kelly Stamps out there, and there are far too many Lizzos out there. Far too many.
Okay, so now
And
let's look at the intermediate between the two, because I would argue that, and this, don't take this as I'm respectful of you. I'm not trying to be shady, but I
Mhm,
will say, it looks like you like a slight woman. She's a slight woman. She's beautiful. I actually like her content, but
mhm.
she's a small woman. That's not necessarily the taste of every man. There are even there. I would argue there are even, I know for a fact there are even white men who would like a woman a little bit thicker than that. So let's say we're not talking about her as the standard, because I think that might be slightly extreme on the thinner end,
Mhm.
on the thinner scale side of the scale. But let's say someone who's shaped more like, uh, let's say someone who's shaped. I need to pick someone natural though. Let's say someone who's shaped more like Meg the Stallion. She's
Is
not
that
small
natural?
like Kelly, or
I don't
like
think
Kelly.
that's even natural.
I think I hear Megan is natural. She looks natural to me because
Well,
she
let me
doesn't
look her
have.
up. People say her name. Like, so let me look her up. I
Yeah,
assume I was thinking Buffy the Body when you said that.
that's so rare. She has an amazing body, but that's so rare to naturally have that shape. I mean, that's like saying like delicious. I mean, who's not natural anymore? I don't think. I'm not sure, but because she looks a little different now. But I mean, that's so rare. I mean, the proportioning. But I mean, that's why I'm looking at someone like Megan, where it's not, her butt is not extreme, but it's just, she's a nice curvature to her shape.
Okay. All right. So let's bring up Meg Thee Stallion.
Okay.
All right. So all right. Here's what I say about her. Good enough to be okay. When I'm looking
What were you
for,
about to say?
well, here's the thing.
What were you about to
I
say?
see fat in her future. I'm no Jedi or a
Okay.
fortune teller or a person like that, but
Okay.
I do know a future fat chick when I see one. And
Okay.
that
So
is
you're
her.
concerned
See,
about
I
the long run.
well,
The
see,
long run.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Kelly Stamps, after 3, maybe even 4 babies,
Right.
will look like Meg the Stallion.
Right.
And that is what you would retire to. You would retire to Meg the Stallion. Her body should be the after body, not the before body.
Well,
That's
I
the way I
want to
look at
tell
it.
you this. She's not going to look like that, because it's not going to be, I mean, after a child, after even just one, it's not going to be, as tight as what you're looking at there. But the overall size, I can see your point. But it's not
Yeah.
going after a child. I mean, there's probably a little, here and there. I mean, after kids, you have to work. You have to work really, really, really hard. And maybe she would. She looks athletic, so perhaps she would But I just wanted to kind of just mention that point. The shape, the size maybe, but the shaping, the proportioning, the size of the stomach, the elasticity of the stomach area
Right.
won't just naturally be like that. No, but
And that's what we want. We want not only the body, but the mindset to sustain it. And unfortunately, there is an extraordinary deficit of that particular thing. We don't have a deficit of educated women in the Black community. You know, what we do have is a deficit of Kelly Stamps. We
I
definitely
mean,
have a deficit of Kelly Stamps. So you know, when we say that, it's like, listen, when y'all lead with that, with education, it's like you're focused on the wrong thing, and it's almost frustrating, you know. And we try to be patient, but it's like you you're focused on the wrong thing. We as Black men are not complaining about lack of education amongst Black women. What we are complaining about is lack of fitness and femininity and friendliness. We are complaining about that.
okay, let's do this. I want to make one last point. Well, I can't determine what we're going to talk about. I shouldn't do that. But I mean, okay, so hopefully we can move. I want to move into, if we could, I'd love to move into some of the other two qualities.
Mhm.
But if we're sticking to, if you know, my last point on the fitness would be Kelly Stamps is, I know she's active. I can see that she, you know, does yoga and whatever she does. But you do realize that, number one, that is a naturally fast metabolism. Even for a white woman, maybe for an Asian woman, that would be a natural size. But for even for a white woman, that's not necessarily going to be your average size. She's very slight. That's her natural build. Her metabolism is fast. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is if that's the standard of what you're expecting, it might be just statistically rare, especially
And
for Black
but
women to be expecting.
exactly. And it shouldn't be rare. And don't hit me with that genetics, because as I
That's
told you
clearly
before,
well, go ahead.
no. As I stated before, how come they all look like that in the 90s? You were there too. Don't act like we wasn't
They
there together.
didn't.
Yes, they
They
did.
didn't. Like Kelly
Well,
Stamp.
you're from elsewhere. I'm from California. They all
Okay.
look like that. You go to high school in California in the 90s, they all look like that.
No,
So it's
we
not
didn't even
it's
want to look like that. That's why I'm saying
yes, y'all
that's a
did.
small. No, we didn't.
Well, okay.
That's a slight woman. I've never wanted and wouldn't want now. Nothing against her. Please don't, you know, like I said, I'm a fan. I like her. But I don't want to look that small. That's not everyone wants to even, that's not even an aspiration. So I
Well, they
think you have to
should.
understand that's a very specific taste of yours for a woman
No,
to be
no,
that
no,
small.
no, no, no. They should. Press one in the chat room if you want some of Kelly Stamps. They should. Women should. See, that's the problem. Y'all not asking what we want. Black women need to ask Black men what we want and give me it.
You're gonna tell me Black men? Wait. Hold up.
Mhm.
Hold up.
Go for
You're
it.
gonna tell me Black men, the average Black man wants Kelly Stamps and not Meg the Stallion shape, not, you know, Cardi B shape. I know that's not natural, but still, you know, I have to name who's coming to mind. You know, not Amber Rose's shape, or even Beyonce, who is.
No, no, no.
You're gonna tell me they want that skinny look?
We like all of that, but I'm talking about the long-term desire. We know what happens to what's her name? Amber Rose. We know where that leads. We know that once those petals wither, we know what's left. And she ain't got no hair. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, so Archer said
And she's
Aaliyah.
beautiful. And
See,
she's,
no,
shout out
no,
to
no.
Amber Rose. And
Okay,
she's beautiful without that hair.
look at the 90s. Look at what we just craved in the 90s. We wanted us some Holly Berry. We wanted us some Robin Gibbons. You know, we wanted us some of that good old 90s, you know, slim,
Robin
sexy
Gibbons
type.
is bigger than Kelly. But anyway, go ahead.
Robin Gibbons was not bigger than Kelly.
You don't think so?
No,
Well, not bigger.
no,
That's
she
the
was
wrong word.
sawbones.
No, that's the wrong
She
word.
was
Bigger.
sawbones.
No, not
She's
bigger. No, you're
yeah.
right. You're right. She's not bigger. That was the wrong word. That was the wrong term to use.
Like
But
old
she's a little
school Jada,
curvier than that.
old school Jada Pickett, old school Tisha Campbell, old school Jasmine Guy. These were all small women. These were
Yeah.
all Kelly Stamp bodied women. We see what y'all think we want is something that society tells y'all that we want.
No,
They
that's
put
what
women
men.
like,
No. Let
no,
me
no,
correct
no,
that really
no,
quick.
no, 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 no. They put it in front of us.
No way.
They
No
put it in
way.
front of us, and y'all just assume that we like it. Of course, we're gonna like it if it's presented to us.
So you're saying
Of
the
course,
chicken
if
and the
right
egg
quick, right quick, right
argument.
quick. Of course, if Meg the Stallion walked up to any brother in this chat room and said, "Do you like my figure?" They're gonna say yes. Of course, that's the case. But if Meg the Stallion was to walk in side by side with Kelly Stamps, and say, "Which booty do you want to bite?" I'm definitely gonna bite Kelly Stamps' booty.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one alone because I'm gonna tell you this. I'm naturally I'm like I
Oh,
said, I wear about
Chili from TLC.
let
The
me tell
list
you my
goes on and
personal
on. We
experience. I
we
know.
love those dancer by
Okay. I know,
Maya.
but look,
Okay.
I know this is anecdotal. I always want to preface that because I hate to see when people don't understand that. So I do. However, I want to tell you. Now I'm a smaller woman.
Mhm.
I wear between a 6 and an 8, but the way it's positioned, the way it's proportioned is probably a little thicker, like the presentation. And I'm telling you, and I got a little thicker after kids. Now after my children, and I have no shame in saying this, I worked out, did everything I could, but I went and got a little got the little, got a little bit of the tummy taken out. So, I got my I never wanted a BBL or anything like that, but got a little tummy taken out just to help it along. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I have no shame in saying that. And by the way, any woman can just go do that, by the way. So it's not like there's just this, incurable issue. I mean, you can get that taken care of. If it's an issue. But after kids, I got a little thicker, got my little stomach taken care of. And I'm telling you, when I think about who I was when I was skinny versus after, I'm telling you right now, that's not true. That's not true that men like that more. That's just not true.
You're telling a man what men like.
I'm telling
That's the
you what
thing.
they tell
No,
me, what
no,
they
no,
show
no,
that they
no,
like.
no. You want to know who showed what he liked? Your husband. Your
Right. And he
husband.
does
No,
too. I
no,
wish he
no,
was
no,
here
no,
right now.
no.
I wish he was here right now to tell you,
No.
to tell you the celebration when
Excuse me,
I got
excuse me,
thicker.
excuse me. He got a 19-year-old you. He got a pre-baby you,
And I was
and
skinny. I was skinny
and
then.
that's right. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm talking about. They
And
marry
he
the
liked
skinny
it. He
chicks.
liked it a
They
lot when I
marry
was
the skinny
thicker.
chicks. Listen, you are a green banana. That's what we want. We want a green banana, and then we take it home and we wait a little bit and it gets yellow. That's what we want. We don't want a yellow banana that's gonna get brown by the time we get home. So
I
he
don't know. I
married
can't speak on that. I can't say what men think.
he married a green banana, and he is still married to a yellow one. That's how that works. You
Well,
know these
I
you
defer. I
he
defer.
wanted the 19-year-old you. I'm too slim. He wanted that slim. I got A cups. He wanted those A cups because he knows that once you fill them up with milk a couple times, they're gonna grow.
Oh
He
my
knows
God.
that, and that's what do you mean? Oh my God, that's true.
No, that's not what I'm hearing. He tells me, and again, I want to preface something.
Put it like this: did he complain when you was 19?
He wouldn't have complained about anything though. I mean,
That's
but
my
I don't.
point, and
I
he
don't.
still wouldn't.
But hold on.
So,
I don't want to use. And now I may sound, fairy tale to you guys, but we are. We met and we're just best friends. I mean, we were best friends from jump. So I mean, I don't think, and that's another point to make. I think this whole thing of, a list that has to be marked off and she has to look exactly like this. I think it's a little bit contrived because it doesn't always work that way. That's a whole nother discussion.
but what
But I
I'm
don't think
saying,
he would have complained about anything. I think if I had been, whatever, something he didn't prefer, I don't think that he would have complained about anything. we
yes, he would
we
have.
connected on a completely different level, and I think
No, y'all
men
did.
need to look for that too. What
No,
about
y'all
that? What
didn't.
about
No,
soulmates?
no,
What about
we
love?
do look at that too. But don't tell me that your husband. I talked to the guy. He's regular. He's smart. He's not. He wouldn't have looked your way if you was like 220.
No,
You know
no, no. I'm not gonna lie. If
exactly,
I was fat, if I was really big, he wouldn't have because he doesn't look
exactly.
like that.
What
But
what what we're talking about here? What we're talking about here, Delaney, is we're talking about a lack of motivation. That is what brothers are complaining about. We're complaining about a complete lack of motivation. And you want to know how I know? Because I go to the gym. There is a complete lack of motivation from Black American women. And there's a wing stop. There's a wing stop right next to the gym I go to. And
Oh
there's
Lord.
always, yeah. So you know where I'm going with this. You know
Can
where
I say something about
you
the
know where
women
this
in
is
the
going to
gym?
end up.
Can I
Go for
say
it.
something about the Black women in the gym though? Now,
Oh,
I
please.
don't go. You're not going to see me at a gym. I prefer to work out, and I think a lot of Black women do. I prefer to work out either outside if I'm going to run. I don't run as much now. I used to, but I prefer to work out at home. I have a row machine. You know, I've purchased the equipment that I need to do that. So I think, and there are a lot of reasons for that. Um, you know, there are a lot of reasons for that. I won't go into all that unless you'd like for me to. But I don't think that just because I know for a fact that just because you're not seeing numbers at the gym, there are cultural reasons for that. I think, you know, men are more comfortable going to gyms to work out. I think that some women are more comfortable doing that than others. And I know I mean, I have a group of women that we work out. We'll go to the classes, like the spin classes. We'll go to the classes, but we don't really like to just go and just work out at the gym. I prefer if I'm not going to go to a spin class or, you know, one of the biking
The
classes, I'll
spin
just do it.
classes is at the gym.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. We'll go to the classes, but
But I don't see it. When I say I don't see him in the gym, I don't see him in the spin class either.
I do. I
No,
do.
I don't. And I'm not talking about those 50-plus-year-old chicks that's trying to get their groove back.
No, I see.
I'm
We'll go to spin classes, but a lot of times we prefer to work out at home. I know I do because look, let me tell you why. We have to now. It depends how I have my hair. This is probably about to open up a whole nother conversation, but I'm ready. I'm open for it. But it depends how I have my hair. Now, if I have braids, fine. But if I have a press and curl, I have to wrap it up and put like a rag on, you know, like a towel on so that it doesn't sweat out. And I don't like to be in the rag, you know, like with the rag on my head at the gym. I don't like to wear those little cute clothes that they have on. I could. It's not that I wouldn't look okay in them. But I just, you know, I prefer to work out just in a t-shirt and some short, you know, just so I'm cool and comfortable. And, you know, I just don't like the necessarily the, I guess I want to maybe the right word would be the culture of it, where everybody's got on their little outfits. And I don't know, I just don't like to do that. I prefer to work out at home. My hair's tied up. If I have extensions in, and I do wear them sometimes, not always. My natural hair I can wear or the extensions, but if I have extensions in, same thing, they have to be like tied up so that they don't get messed up. And I don't like to do that. I don't like to wear that stuff on my head, you know, out at the gym. And I think a lot of Black women do that. So you can't really go. My point is simply, you can't just say that the absence of the women there proves that they're not working out. That's the
No,
type of
I'm not saying that, but you can't just give like a mythical Black women that is running around the block or the lake or something like that, that we just don't see. Like there's a secret society of fit Black women who are working out in secret. We know that that's not true. Anybody who lived in the
but it's
hood, wait,
true.
right quick. Anybody who lived in the hood knows that they don't see Black women running around the hood, and
Of course not. That wouldn't even
unless
be
they stole
safe.
something. Yes. Well, okay. And anybody who live in the suburbs know that they don't see a bunch of Black women running around the suburbs.
No, you don't see them
So
running. We're not running around outside
so
a lot. There are a
let's
few.
not just assume that there is, you know,
They're
a
working out at home, the ones that do.
oh my
Now,
God.
I'm not going to
Oh,
sit here. No,
why are you
listen.
trying to create like a secret
I'm not
society of in shape Black women?
a cabal of
Listen,
Black women working out.
no.
No,
Okay, here's the
I'm
problem.
not
Here's the problem.
misrepresenting and saying that we're all, you know, that there are just so many Black. I'm not saying that. I'm quite sure that, you know, we probably could improve on that. I'm not arguing that. I'm simply saying there are more than what you see. I mean, because I'm included, and I know some. We work out together. We meet up together. Let's go and use your, you know, I want to use your row machine. I'm going to come over. You know, I mean, there are people who are working out that are not at the gym, and there are reasons sometimes that Black women prefer not to do so publicly. It's not a huge point. I'm not hanging my head on it. It's not a hill to die on. I'm not saying there's a million of them, but I'm just saying simply what you see at the gym is not a full representation of who's working out. That's the only
Okay.
point I'm making.
Well, what I see around their waist is a full representation of who's working out and who's not, and what I see at Popeyes is also a representation
Come
of who works
on.
out.
Oh my God.
So just to be clear,
Okay.
let's not make excuses for them. This is the complaints that Black men have, and then when we voice these complaints and concerns, because we want better women. We want to build the community. However, we don't want to build it with a bunch of fat ass bitches. When we say this, y'all
Oh
say,
my
but we're
God.
educated. Yeah, yeah, mine too. But and I know you don't like the profanity and stuff,
I
but
don't.
I'm me. But I mean,
It's your
but
show. I can't
yeah,
tell you what to say.
thank you. So, but yeah, we don't want to build it with that. You can't build nothing with fat women. You can't. They're not even women. You can't build anything with them. And then when they say education, it really shows how detached with what men want they are when they say, "But I have an education." Like, how detached are you? For a woman to say that, you can't be like 200 and something pounds and say, "Look at my education."
No,
That's
absolutely not.
ridiculous.
And I think we need to think about the bell curve. Okay. We need to think about the bell curve. We're going to imagine a bell curve and we're going to exclude the extremes. So I'm not talking about 300-pound women. I mean the average Black woman who falls within that bell curve, who may not have the perfect shape or the really tiny, they may not have the perfect, Meg the Stallion body. They may not have the perfect Kelly Stamp skinny body that you like, but they're not extreme. Okay. And what I'm saying is, when we're looking at the pursuit of education, I think that Black men, especially the men in the manosphere, need to think about, it's not about women not listening to what you want. I think that sometimes we need to understand that there are different giftings that each gender bring to the table. And I think that women can really be, I know that women, especially Black women, can really be innovative and be pioneers and be the ones that can kind of have the foresight to see, okay, this is where we need to go. Now, in terms of elevating the race
Mhm.
as a whole, let's set aside this sort of gender war that we've got going on, that I wish I understood where this even came from. But say we're looking at the race as a whole again, like we used to. If we have a large component of the race who is seeking education, how can you tell me that is not elevating us as a whole? So perhaps men need to kind of think about, okay, it's not going to be my main factor. I'm not unrealistic. I know attraction is, especially initially, the main factor, but one of the factors at the very least needs to be someone who has the foresight to look ahead and say, what's going to elevate my people? Somebody who has the foresight to say, what can I do to better myself? Even if there's some misdirection there. I think that there might be. We're at the infancy stages as a race. We talked about that earlier. So people are growing, figuring out what to do. They're going to pass things down to their generation, to the next generation. There are women who are going to say, well, look, don't just go into whatever you like, because I went into Greek mythology and it was difficult. So do some research first, find out, but going to school is the right thing. Let's hone it in. Let's perfect it. So now do some research before you pick your major and decide what's going to be the best, what has the most longevity in the current climate and in the economy that you're living in, and then pick from those. So that's going to mean it's going to continue to improve. But how can we devalue something that elevates us as a whole? If you look at statistics as a whole, you've got a lot of Black women who have gone and sought after higher education, while a lot of the men in the manosphere are devaluing it. If you look at statistics as a whole, that has risen now too. When they look at us as a whole, which regardless of how a lot of men think of it, we're still a whole, and we're still looked at as a whole by other groups.
Mhm.
Now, as a whole, our college enrollment is higher because Black women are leading the nation in entrepreneurship. We can sit and try to pick it apart and say, well, they're just, they're doing nails and hair. So what? So are Asians. They're coming over here doing nails too, aren't they? But they're thriving. For in the 90s, we were talking about how come they're the only ones coming over owning the beauty supply stores and the nail shops. Well, now the Black women are doing it, but men want to pick it apart and devalue it. No, let's look at that as a whole, which is what we still are. Now, because Black women are leading the nation in entrepreneurship, even above white males, by the way. Now, the Black race as a whole, the statistics are higher in entrepreneurship. That changes the way we're all viewed. So why are we splintering and devaluing what these women are doing, which elevates all of us?
Okay, here's the thing. Hold on. You can't elevate a fat bitch. They're too heavy.
What?
You
No,
can't elevate it.
You were too. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. You too.
I think that you think that people care.
About what?
You see, about okay. A fat bitch is throwing pancakes at a waiter at IHOP, right? And imagine her throwing the pancakes and saying, I'm educated, bam, I'm educated, bam, I'm educated, bam. That is how society sees Black women. As something that behaves as adult world star hip hop children while touting the accomplishments of other women in their cohort. That's how they see y'all.
I don't know who says that's how they see it, because that's not what I see. Because when I see Goldman Sachs and Bank of America offering millions in loans to Black women because they're aware, and it was not just because of affirmative. Anybody that thinks they were just trying to be nice
Okay.
to
They
Black
actually
women is delusional.
they said that they are investing in Black
They're
women.
absolutely investing
That does
to
not
make money.
That doesn't equate to loans. I agree
That's the loans are the way that they're investing.
No, it's not necessarily. Loans are a way to invest in something. It's not necessarily how they're investing in them. Investing could mean advertising to crap that Black women buy or trying to convince them to buy a certain type of crap. That is also a way that companies invest in a particular cohort of women. Another one is investing in influence in a culture. You ever notice how we had, ever since Goldman Sachs said that, we had like an influx of crazy ass Black women bullshit? Like whatchamacallit, the Woman King. Ever notice that? You see, there's several different ways to invest into a community. Hell, Oliver North invested into the Black community now, didn't he?
Wait, I'm a little bit lost here though, because are you because I want to clarify something. They didn't just say we're going to invest. They literally shelled out $1 billion in loans. Well, no,
$1 billion a year for 10 years. But where did it go?
They shelled out these loans, and the only reason that they did that.
Wait, loans. What product did they loan? Like, what new Black woman product is out there?
It's a product specifically geared towards Black women who are entrepreneurs. They have the women have to qualify for the loan, so it's not a handout at all. The foundation for the program was the research I was talking about. The research that was done that found Black women are excelling even beyond white males now in entrepreneurship. They saw that, they saw the research, and they said, bingo, here's a new group that we can make money off of. And it's just to make money. It's not a handout, but it happens to be mutually beneficial.
I don't know of a group of people who are so happy to have others make money off of them.
That's fine. But it's mutually beneficial. Me say this. It's beneficial. And that's why a lot of Black men were unhappy that they weren't getting them. They were unhappy they weren't getting them. In your comment section, those manosphere comment sections, I had to explain to a number of men who had a handout mindset. They thought it was like money being given. I was like, no, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Let's do this.
And they only did it because they researched that this is a new group that they will make the money off of. This is a new group.
It doesn't mean that they will benefit of it. And I know that you think that huge banking industries always have Black people's interests at heart.
Of course not.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. So far, they've spent like $3 to $4 billion. They actually spent more than the Raiders cost into the Black community. Or into Black women. Where did it go?
Well, it just happened.
No. We're years into it now. Where did it go?
No, this happened in no. That research came out in 2020. That research came out. I can give you where to look. My favorite. There are several accounts of it, but my favorite is the Harvard Business Journal. You can pull it up right now. This came out. This is in the year 2020. Is when that threshold was hit that Black women were outpacing everyone, including white males, in entrepreneurship. But it was found that they often didn't have the capital to really allow those businesses to grow. So they were starting them, but there were often issues with capital, which is I mean, that's not hard to anticipate. Any Black community would have that issue because we've got some systemic issues. So they said, okay, let's do some more research. How far are these businesses going? What kind of money are they making? The women, it wasn't a handout. They had to qualify. They had to make a certain amount of money. They had to have been in business for a certain amount of time. They had, there were qualifications, but they saw enough that allowed them to be willing to take that risk, because a loan is a risk. And they have actuarial scientists who study this. They're not going to just give it away. They studied this to make sure this was a safe risk, more than just a safe risk, a risk that was likely to bring back a return. And they, after that research, decided we're going to go ahead and we're going to roll out this program because these women are starting these businesses and they just need the capital. It just started. We haven't had enough time to really see an outcome yet, but I am fully confident, just because I'm fully confident that's going to be a positive outcome because, number one, it was studied. Again, actuarial scientists who literally are employed by the banks to determine who do we lend to, who do we have the highest.
Okay, so let's do this. No results have been found yet. So if I were to give billions of dollars to a person or a group of people and 2 years later I haven't seen anything, I would be upset. But there they are.
That's not enough. That's not enough time. When you're talking about investing,
excuse me, that's not enough time.
And we're talking about the number one, the pandemic is just ending. We're just moving back into.
Okay, we'll put it like this. Put it like this. If I invested billions of dollars into a community and then, I find out that they're the most evicted, I would be upset. But what do I know? I'm not the CFO of Goldman Sachs.
No. Let's talk about the eviction, because I was actually listening in on the podcast earlier. And so I was doing a little bit of research, and I did want to point something out. As we're talking, I'm trying to find what I had found, but so that I can actually give you a source. But Black people, number one, the first point I want to make is that if you notice, it seemed like all the men in the comment section, and you guys misunderstood my comments to be toward you. They weren't. I was commenting to some of the men in the comment section, some of the comments that they were making. It was none of that was to you or to Bernard, just by the way. But a lot of the men in the comment section had a lot of little snide remarks to make. And I said to them, do you not see, look 1 inch above that figure for the women, you're going to see that Black men are also in the 30th percentile for evictions. So this is a Black people issue. Now, why are women, and that's because of systemic issues. Now, why are the women leading the men in terms of the evictions, and every other race, the men were leading the women? That's because a lot of the time, Black women are more likely, and the sociologist, not in the video you guys had, but there was another video on this subject that I found, and I'm going to link it to you once I find it. But the sociologist that was sitting right there talking to the news reporter stated, and these are the people that did the research on it to find out why. And she said, in the Black community, the women are more likely to be the leaseholders. So in other words, there were men in those households. Those are couples. Some of those are couples, some of those are families. There were men in those households, but the women are more likely to be the leaseholders because a lot of times they are the ones out of the community who are able to secure leases. Sometimes there are issues with Black men. Now, it wasn't a huge margin, so I'm not saying there was a whole bunch of Black men that can't get leases, but Black men, more so than other races, have issues with securing leases because the background checks, oftentimes you can't secure a lease if there is any sort of criminal activity. It depends on the leasing company, how far they go. Some it has to be a felony, some it just has to be a misdemeanor, more often a felony though. And then also credit issues. So they're all it means, it's a Black people issue. It's not about women, and y'all were just reveling in it and so enjoying it, but really it's a black community issue. And the only reason that the women's was slightly higher than the men's is that they're more likely to be the ones that had to hold the lease in a situation where it was a family or, a couple. So there are more instances where the woman had to get the lease and the man could not be qualified for one. That's all
Mhm.
that meant.
Well, nevertheless, they got $10 billion and they're evicted. So, yeah, that is a thing that happened and is continuing to happen, But I want to look at this news report. Do you remember the news outlet that did that?
I don't. Let me go see if I can find it. Go back in here.
Okay, let me. I'm on YouTube as well, so let me see if I see it. All right, that's.
While you're looking for that,
Oh
though,
wait, here it is. CBS.
Okay.
Dang, she got a big ass gap in her teeth. All right, let me see.
Okay. Let me say something too while you're looking though. I don't really take part in this whole, my thing is why are we, or I won't even say we, I guess I'm trying to be, polite. Why are you and Black men who are a part of this manosphere community, why do you revel in looking for ways to implicate Black women when half the time, not more than half, most of the time, the issues that you're talking about are just like this eviction issue? It's really one that affects the entire community. Your rates were several times higher than the other men as well.
It was, yeah.
Instead of looking at that and seeing that, it was like, well, look, but the women's is a little bit higher. Let's enjoy that.
I don't enjoy
Number
it.
one, they're not understanding the reason for it, which is what I just explained. And number two, why, even if that weren't the case, what is that supposed to accomplish? What's the
Well,
point?
it's not that, and I really don't do things like that, and I don't feel that stuff like that accomplished, nor do I revel in the failures of Black women. The reason why I bring stuff like this up is because y'all think y'all doing something spectacular when y'all should be getting me a sandwich. Is essentially what's going on.
Why should we be getting? So okay, let me
And that's the problem. See, that is the goddamn
no, don't get
problem
me
right there.
wrong.
No. Don't question it. Just get the sandwich. See, no. Why did you say? Why did you say? Why do I have to get a sandwich? See, that is the. Well, right quick. That is the problem. That is the problem.
But you
See,
cut me
y'all
off
like.
before I finished.
No, just
Could
the
I at
fact that
least
you asked
present the
that, just the
problem
fact
to me
that
so
you had that in your
hear the
psyche.
problem?
No, you had a Freudian slip right now that
No,
we're
I
going to address.
didn't. No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did. You said, "Why do I have to get me a sandwich?"
No. I didn't complete the sentence. We got
Oh,
it. You
then
fair here. You must listen. You must if you're going to respond to what someone says, you
go
must
ahead. Go
listen.
ahead. Go ahead. Say your piece.
Okay. So what I was going to say is, why is that such a focus? Okay, and when I say that,
Because I like
this is what I
sandwiches.
mean. Okay, listen
Why do
though.
I have to give you a reason?
Men have to understand something, especially Black men. And this, when I say this, every ear under the sound of my voice, I hope that you understand. This is not coming out of any kind of it's not negatively intended. But Black men really have to understand something. Now, let me tell you about my household. I'm going to share something.
Okay.
I would do whatever that man tells me to do outside of something crazy. I'm not going to let anybody tell me something that I know makes no sense. But he wouldn't even ever tell me anything that doesn't make any sense. So that just cancels itself out. But I would do, if he said, no, look, listen, this is really important. You need to do this. I'm going to listen. But let me tell
Good.
you why. Not just see, and this is what Black men have to understand. All men, but especially Black men, in my opinion. It's not just because he has that phallus hanging between his legs and I have a vagina. That's not why. The reason why is threefold. Number one, he doesn't pull that card all the time just to do it. Because if he did, and this is what you guys have to understand about women, if he pulled that card all the time, that it reduces the trust, because that is not a pure intention. When it's like, hey, I want to be in control, I want somebody to listen to me, that intention, a woman has enough common sense to understand that there's something toxic about that. He has earned that. He's earned that from me. Over time, I've seen he's extreme. My husband is brilliant. He really is. He's brilliant. He's a brilliant man. And I've seen that over time. I've seen, and he understood that he had to demonstrate that. He understood he had to demonstrate that to me. And he respected, she's intelligent too. He understood, this is not just some dumb chick. I'm going to have to show her, with time, And she's going to understand with time that she can trust what I say. How many Black men expect women to just fall in line and follow what they're doing when they have not demonstrated that? As a matter of fact, have demonstrated quite the opposite. That
All
what
right,
they're going
you're
to say
displaying
may not be
you're
trustworthy.
displaying a straw man who
How?
who is ill qualified for leadership. However, he demands it. That's the straw man that you're creating.
No, no, no.
In order
How am I
to
doing?
not get sandwiches. And that's not the point.
How am I
What I
doing?
was. That's not even what I was saying. What I'm saying is, while y'all bragging about Biz Blast and Him Ham and Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, when y'all bragging about stuff like that, other women are bragging about the quality of children. My son got into Harvard,
Absolutely. Me too.
and they are bragging on their homekeeping abilities. They're bragging on their head of PTA-ness. They are bragging on their soccer momness and how they figured out a new nutritious recipe that eliminated corn syrup for their kids.
Do you really think all
They
white women are doing that? Because
I'm
you're
not saying all, but
sorely mistaken.
I'm
Sorely
saying
mistaken.
no. What
They're
I'm
more
saying is,
ambitious than we are.
so you talking.
And I grew
What
up
I'm
around
saying
them.
is the louder ones. The louder ones. They don't go around talking about, oh, I got this, and this because I am so white woman. They
Yeah, they
don't do
do.
crap like they
Yes,
do.
they
I
do.
never hear it. I never
Yes, they
hear
do.
it. I never hear it, which means that they're not loud enough. Y'all too damn loud on these frivolous accomplishments that don't pay the rent, obviously, and that's why we rub that shit.
White
And
women
that
get
is
that.
and that is why we rub that shit in your face. Now, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna show you how foolish y'all look. Listen, fair use.
Housing security in the U.S. since the pandemic is on track to become a crisis, and Black women are being affected the most by it. According to Eviction Lab, there were more than 434,000 evictions last year. So for some context to this, the eviction moratorium was in place for a large portion of the year, but the number of renters at risk of eviction as of January spiked to about 3 million and counting. And of those, Black women have the highest average of eviction filed against them at 6.2%, compared to white women at 3.4%. Now, that equates to 1 in 4 Black renters living in a place where Black eviction filing rates were almost double than that of their white counterparts. So joining us now is Akira Drake Rodriguez. She's an assistant professor.
Look at her mouth. Look at her mouth.
Yeah, look at those beautiful Black features. Look at those beautiful Black African features that we all have.
That is not what tribe. What tribe do they have big ass mouths like that? That is not a thing. No, I like full lips just like the next guy. That is abnormally. She was born with big gums. Shout out to Bubba. She was born with big gums.
God.
Now we're gonna listen to what she has to say. Now we're gonna listen to what she got to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of City and Regional Planning at the Stuart Wiseman School of Design at the University of Pennsylvania. She's also the author of Diverging Space for Deviance, the Politics of Atlanta's Public Housing. Professor Drake, great to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. So can you give us...
You probably didn't hear it. That was the sound of me slapping my face, slapping my forehead. I slapped my forehead.
Why did you do that?
Because of the smile. I slapped my forehead.
That's not nice.
Because...
That's not nice.
Okay.
She's
all right. Fair enough.
She's all right.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do useless familiar. I have a great degree. Argument for women. Let's see. He's saying I have a great degree argument for women is the I'm such a nice guy argument for men. Yeah, exactly. It's a quality that they feel that the other party should look for, but don't to the extent that they would like. I agree. Thanks a lot, useless familiar. I hit the like button, people.
I care about a nice guy. But anyway, let's go.
An
Okay.
idea of why Black women and the short and long-term impact it's having on them and their families.
Sure. So Black women traditionally are tasked with a lot of the caretaking roles of both their immediate family, but also their extended family. And so, what you're more likely to see is that these are the women who are going to be having to take in cousins, having to take in people who are experiencing their own economic
You don't
precarity
want
or
them?
housing
You don't want them?
precarity.
She is just making that up.
Why do you? Oh, wait a minute. Now, this is what I don't understand that I see a lot of. So this is a great opportunity for you to explain to me why I feel like you guys do this.
Well, let's
Now, when
start here. Let's
I
start here.
hear,
What
okay.
evidence is she presenting that this is the case?
Well, let me explain something about the way. I happen to know a little bit about the way that they because I have a friend. I have a friend who works. Well, I'm not gonna say, but it's a local news station. So what they do is when they other because people are usually most people, not people like you or I, but your average consumer of media is operating at I think they said an 8th grade education, literally average. That's including white, black, everybody. So they're bored and turned off by statistics. So what they do is they pick someone who they have vetted and they make sure they present that person's credentials. This is a whomever, this is a sociologist or whatever. And then that way they let the person just go ahead and explain those stats without having to list them out. Sometimes they'll put a little bit on the screen, but they try to avoid that because people turn off and they lose ratings.
Mm-hmm.
People don't like to see it.
I strongly suggest that she's lying. How many family members have you taken care of?
How many family members? Like
Like, how
outside of
many
my
people within the last couple years had
outside of
to
my
move in
kids?
with you? Yeah, I mean, well, they didn't move in; they were born in you. But like, I'm talking about like stray cousins or stuff like that.
None. We don't do none.
Yeah, and I don't know of a black woman who's doing this, and I'm pretty sure no one in the chat room does either. These are just made up mythical black women. What they're trying to do, um, Delaney,
Mm-hmm.
is they are trying to reapply this. What was that noise?
Oh, I'm in the kitchen doing something, but I'm fully present. Go
Okay.
ahead. If you excuse me, everyone, if you hear a little noise.
Yeah, yeah, from time to time. Yeah.
Eating something up.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to recreate the Big Mama reputation, the Medea reputation. You know, the sweet old lady with an edge to her that takes in neighborhood children and stuff like that, and feed them soup and gumbo and chitlins from time to time. They're trying to recapture that particular image in order to make themselves feel worthy of charity. I'm willing to bet that she's going to ask for something pretty soon. I haven't seen this yet, but I'm willing to bet that she's about to ask for something
So before
for
you
black women.
say it, can I give some insight into what I read into that? And unfortunately, because of what I shared, because they do that way out of fear of losing people's attention, they don't put the stats up. But what I read into that was black males who are living, because remember, I found that research earlier, and I
Mhm.
wish that I could send that to you. Maybe next time we'll have to, so I can have some stuff ready so I can put some stuff on the screen too. But I found that earlier, but that skewed the black community in general was evicted more. But what skewed it
Mhm.
in favor of black women, like I stated earlier, is that more often than in other races, it's not a huge percentage. I think they said something like, I don't want to misquote it. It wasn't huge, but it was more than typical in other races. The women, there'll be a group where there are men involved, a couple, or maybe a sister and brother, whatever it might be. And the women have to be the leaseholders because more often than in other races, the men can't be leaseholders because of background checks. And the reason given was criminal records and then credit. So I perceived it as that's what she was referring to, but that's because I knew about that research. So
Okay, they lie about that too, but nevertheless, this is she's being disingenuous.
because
You
she's
see,
not going to say that. She can't say that
there's
like that,
well, no, and she's also not going to say because we're a bunch of broke ass bitches. She's not going to say that either. So just to be
It's
clear,
probably both. I mean, I'm sure there are
yeah,
people, family members living there, but I'm sure some of it is the men. Where sometimes, like I said, I'm always
Okay,
going to try
well,
to be
see,
honest. It's
okay,
not a whole
well, no,
bunch, but more than other
there you
races.
go. There you go. I mean, so basically what's the bottom line? What's the crux of it is not only are they broke, they cannot, they're so damn ugly that they can't seduce a
You
man
need
that's
to
capable of
stop.
paying rent. No,
Who's
no, honestly.
ugly?
Let's be clear. They are not capable of seducing a man that is capable of paying rent. That is when you have a double whammy. You are ill capable of producing rent yourself, and your vagina is ill capable of seducing a man that produces rent. That
I don't
is
even know what to say to something like that because
that's the only way you can find.
that can't be measured. There
It's
can't
measured
be
by you
any
getting evicted.
statistics.
Miss, if a woman is evicted, then that means that she couldn't bring a guy in with rent money. That's what
So
that
can
means.
you honestly can't think of any other, because I have one in my mind right now. You can't think of any other scenario that could be the cause for this. Could it
I've never
be?
been
Could
evicted.
it be?
I don't know. I've never been evicted.
Okay, could it? I haven't. Could it be? Could it be that what it is not that they can't seduce any men, but that out of the total population of Black men, that there are not as many who would be able to fulfill that role to take care of the household?
Well, you
Could that
can.
be it? I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm never gonna.
Listen.
Wait. Let me just say one thing really
Jesus.
quick, if I could. I'm never gonna sit here and say that I know something for sure or stats, but I'm about to go look. I don't have the stats yet. I'm gonna go look.
Well, you already
But
said
just
that the
based on
average.
what I've
You
seen.
already said that the average income for a Black man is $50K, which
Right.
means that more than half can pay rent. So there
So
you
is
have
that
it.
the reason?
So
Is it
there you
not that
have
they
it.
can't
What I'm
seduce
saying.
them,
What I
but who to
no,
seduce from? The total pop to seduce from is not really capable of doing that.
but they are capable. 50K is capable of paying rent. What I'm
It
saying
depends
is
for
what
reason.
no, sweetie. What I'm saying is that they're simply not hot enough. Listen, I've been paying rent since I was 17. Well, excuse me, I've been out on my own since I was 17. You know,
You think you're
so
typical Black? Okay, wait a minute. So, do you think? Let me just ask this one question. Are you going to sit here and tell me that you are that you represent a typical? When I say typical, we're going to take into account all environments. So, urban environments, the Pookie, the Ray Ray. I'm so sick of those terms, but I'm just going to use them because they're familiar to everybody. But you think you're representative of the
I don't know.
typical average Black male? Because you're not.
Okay,
Tell
so
you
fair
right now.
enough. Fair enough. But what I'm saying is, if your vagina can only yield Pookie Ray Ray, then you have a low quality vagina. Your vagina is the Pookie of the JJs. That is what I'm saying, and that is where so many Black women find themselves. They find
I don't even
themselves.
know how to
They find themselves in a inability to seduce self-sufficient men.
Or there
Do
are not
Kelly's
enough men. Because here's the
answer me this.
problem.
Answer me this. Answer me this.
Okay.
Is Kelly Stamps complaining? Is Kelly Stamps is she missing rent?
If I'm not mistaken, Kelly Stamps pays her own rent though.
Exactly. And you want to know how she pays it?
YouTube.
And yeah, that's right. That's right. She pays it by being sexy. Okay. She pays it by having a vagina that I want. And what I'm saying is they are not accessing their inner Kelly Stamps. And as a result, they get evicted. Just by having an attractive vagina, people give you money. Which means
is an
that
attractive vagina?
Kelly Stamps is attractive vagina. Just by just by having one, people give you money. And if you aren't given enough money, it means you don't have one.
Okay. So let me pose another option here.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about stat. It's not like you're talking about here the statistics. Black women don't have an attractive vagina. So this is just this is conjecture, which is fine.
What I'm saying is that's the only way you can find yourself.
No,
and
it's
that's
not.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. And guess what? Sweetie? You're not limited to Black men. I repeat.
I was just about to go into that. It's
okay. So you can say that there's a dearth of Black men all you want to. You have a JJ. It's not capable of seducing a rent paying man of any race.
That's not
you
true.
Can't even get a Chinese wang or a white dingalang.
Oh,
you can't.
No.
Okay.
A Chinese. Okay, let me say this. Black women are and this has been studied. And I told you, I will always say if I'm saying something and it's conjecture, I'm going to say so, just like what I was talking about previously. This has been, I've read this. Black women are historically race loyal when it comes to who they desire, and even to this day. Even just look at the picture of what is ideal to Black women. It's dark, at least modernly. It's dark skin. Black women embrace Blackness in men.
Every woman embrace Blackness in men. Okay.
Not every woman.
Yes, they do. True, yes, they do. Tall, dark, and handsome is not a Black woman phrase. So yes.
Tall, dark, and handsome is from the 50s, and it definitely did not mean dark skin, honey. It meant dark hair. And dark,
we have that too.
Olive skin.
We have that too.
Let's not conflate that.
But let's be clear. Let's be clear. They all want us BBC
before the
and all.
50s, probably.
They all want us BBC and all. But that's not. But it's not even. Something? Well, let me just say something about this, because you talk about race loyalty. Yeah. It's not race loyal. We're the only ones that want to fuck y'all.
That's not.
That is true.
That's not true. Let me tell you.
That is true. That is true. Unless she is Kelly Stamps fine and she's outside of that, we're the only ones that put up with that crap.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Okay, go for it.
Let me share something. Now, like I shared with you before, I am suburban raised. So I think this does have to do somewhat with what I'm about to say, because women who are living in urban environments, number one, there aren't a lot of white. I mean, it can't even be measured. There are not enough white men there, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, white men are just men. There's this whole enigma in the Black community about white men. White men are just men. If a woman is beautiful, she's beautiful, period.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, because I used to say, and I wish my mom was here, because my mom could totally attest to this. I want, like most Black women, I was like, I want a Black man. But I was approached, and even in high school, and so I dated white males more than I was approached by white men more than Black. And I always wondered why. I don't know if it's how it could be several things. I don't know what they're picking up on. It could be how I speak. I'm not sure. Because I know as a kid, I was always kind of made fun of and said that I was an Oreo and this and that, which I'm not. I was the most militant person you'd meet. I was reading James Baldwin and, Stokely Carmichael and Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver. I was reading that shit in, 7th grade, but based on their perception of me and how I speak, that was the perception. So I don't know if that's what it was or what, but I was approached by white men more than Black. And I'm telling you, if a woman is pretty, a Black woman, an Asian woman, whoever. Now, white men do like thinness. They don't like fat, even more than you. And they don't like overweight. That's the only thing I will say. But if a woman is attractive, they're just regular men. They're just men.
I agree with that. But here's the thing. The stipulation is if a woman is attractive. Black men don't have that stipulation. Look at this ugly bitch on the screen here. Look at her.
Wait, why is she ugly? Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, okay. But see, okay, no, I don't mean okay, because I'm not gonna call her ugly.
Well, I am. This is an exceptionally unattractive woman. So and guess
you don't think there are white women equivalents to this?
Well, they're not married to regular. They're not married to regular guys.
She's married.
Huh? Yeah, that's my point. That's my point to a Black man, and it's not because she's race loyal. It's because that's the only one that'll fuck her. Now,
that's not true.
you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Who do you? Okay, do you know?
Now. Hold on, right quick. Okay. You talk about, we're so race loyal, but no, you was dating white guys. There was no race loyalty there.
No, I really didn't like them. I wanted a Black.
But you dated them. You held hands and you kissed them. So you dated white guys, and then you wound up with a Black guy, and then all of a sudden, like, we're race loyal. You're not race loyal. It just so happens that we just so happen to be the most compatible to you. Look at how ugly she is. Look at it. It comes from y'all are loyal to our diminished standards.
How do I upload something? I don't even know how to use this.
Well, you just you click the share screen option, and you click the share screen button.
But I'm okay. So I'm gonna have to go back upstairs. Okay, so I'm gonna do this in a moment, but I wanna point something out, and I can back this up. I can. This is actual statistics. You say this, but Black men married to white women have the highest divorce rate of any pairing.
This is true.
Black women married to white men have a 44% less likelihood of divorce than any other pairing. They have a 44% lower. So but let me finish the point I was making though. The point is, it's not just that, because we are race loyal. And it has been shown. I mean, if you think Black women are not aware of this, that white men, I don't even blame Black men for it. That's the crazy part. You know, I could get on here and act like y'all are just trash. Da, da, da. I'm not going to say that because I know that's not true. It's socialization. Mm-hmm. But Black men are not socialized, and it's not you, but it's not their fault. There are a lot of reasons for that. But white men are socialized to marry, to take care of a woman. You know, they're socialized that way. You think Black women don't know that? They really are race loyal. They really prefer you. They prefer you and going through some struggle love. And I wish that wasn't the case. But they prefer Black men and going through some struggle love than white men. It's not bullshit. Don't be offended, because I'm not saying that that's everybody. Mm-hmm. But again, what makes this conversation different from typical is I'm not going to sit here and say all Black men are this and that, because I don't think that. I know better, because I had an amazing dad and I had an amazing husband. I have an amazing husband right now. So that's not true. I know that. But it's socialization. You are not socialized in the same way. And also, we're a new race. We just got on the map here. So there's a lot going on. You know, we're overcoming, you know, systemic racism. I mean, there are a lot of reasons for that. And Black men are targeted in a certain way. They are. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it's just an excuse. I think it is used as an excuse. I mean, it is used as an excuse, but it's real. So I'm not saying that you're inherently bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that socialization, white men are socialized.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Race, and they're socialized for. And what you think Black women don't know that?
Here's the thing. Here's
Black women prefer y'all.
Here's what I suspect strongly. That they are merely loyal to superior deals. I repeat, they are merely loyal to superior deals. That picture of the woman that I showed you a moment ago, you know, she's like, oh, I'm loyal, but only to a man who is more handsome than she is pretty. You know, of course, it's easy. That's like me saying I'm loyal to Rihanna. You know, like, ooh, I get with Rihanna. Me, a regular software engineer, gets with Rihanna, and then say, yeah, it's because I'm race loyal. It has nothing to do with it. The thing is, I get the superior deal. I get to bite Rihanna's ass and at any time I want to. That is a superior deal, and she makes more money than me. So yes, they are loyal when the deal benefits them. Take a look at this. Look at these fat bitches, right? This one, and this one. 2 out of 3 of these overweight women are married to Black men. Now, that shows loyalty on the Black man's part, not their part. That shows loyalty to the Black man. That means that he is going through extremes, because this is extreme, in order to say that he is with a Black woman. This is extreme circumstances. Black men have to take an L. We have to take an L on looks. Look at these chicks, big with wig. They have to take an L on looks just to say, I got a Black chick. So we are more loyal than anybody else on the planet that has ever lived, ever. Now back to her. Let's move forward.
In addition to their own families, as sort of the head caretakers, you also see that they're more likely to make these sorts of sacrifices. So you see Black women, and all women actually, but Black women in particular, because they have kind of less opportunity and less access, more likely to stay, for example, in substandard housing or expensive housing if it means that their child has access to a good school or they have access to a job opportunity. And so.
Okay. Oh, what's going on here?
I got disconnected somehow.
Okay. Let me remove the other one.
Okay.
Go ahead. You was gonna say.
I was gonna say that what you're making is a slippery slope. You know, it's a logical fallacy, really.
Elaborate, please.
It's a slippery slope argument. It's a logical fallacy. And, you know, just to give a foundation for anybody that might not know what that means, I'm sure we all do, but just in case, a logical fallacy is an error in logic where basically if you make one of these errors in logic, your conclusion can't possibly be valid because the logic behind it is just flawed. So you just made a slippery slope argument. You're using this woman who it's an extreme. It's also an appeal to extremes. That's another name for it. It could be a slippery slope or an appeal to extremes. But this woman doesn't represent most Black women.
Who's
this
the one
woman that you're talking about, the one with the wide nose. I don't want to talk bad about her, but the woman with the wide nose and okay, so that's not typical. So why are we talking about her? If anything, I should be using
my point is
anything, I should be using her as an example because she's still married, even though she. You know, I think
that's my point. No, it's an example. It's an example that Black men will marry anything. Also, the other three women that I brought up. Did you see the other three women that I brought up? Because
I didn't. That's how I got disconnected. I was trying to see what you were showing me. That's how I got disconnected. Show me what you were showing me.
All right, I will. But they're married too. See, we have a disproportion of men marrying disproportionately ugly women. You know, we do. Like chronically.
But these women that you're saying are ugly are not. See, and this is okay. This brings in a whole nother discussion because I don't think they're ugly. I think that we have to be really careful. See, Black women don't do this to Black men.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. No, stop pretending like you don't know an ugly ass fat bitch when you see one. All right.
You gotta at least.
Okay, fair enough.
Stop it. You gotta at least let me finish. The Black women, there are men who are extremely, how can I put it? Just who phenotypically, in terms of their features, look just like the women that you're saying are so ugly. Black women embrace Blackness in men. Now we reject it in ourselves. That's a whole nother conversation. But that's because we've been socialized to. And I think that Black men, and I hate to say it, but Black men who hold some of the opinions that you hold are why. But in terms of men, Black women embrace Black features, wide noses, dark skin, big lips, all of that. When it comes to women, y'all tend to consider those features ugly. And I think it's really sad. I'm going to say this. I have some family members who, you know, I wasn't always sensitive to this. Now, I am can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see that. Okay. I have some family members who are, you know, dark-skinned girls. Now, I'm a caramel girl. So I'm not light or dark. I would probably be on the lighter. Sometimes people say, I don't know, I'll probably be maybe a little bit to the lighter side, but I'm dead smack in the middle brown. Lighter, you know, caramel brown. So I really wasn't aware of the issues that dark-skinned women have, and I wasn't aware of the issues that light-skinned women have because they have issues too, right? Mm-hmm. But so I'm kind of oblivious. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'm just walking around in the middle, you know, or whatever. But I have dark-skinned cousins and, you know, friends, and they have told me how difficult a time they have with Black men. It depends on the features, though, because I have this one cousin. She's dark. But they have on that part of the family, there's some Indian in there. So she kind of looks like a chili type phenotype. Mm-hmm. So she's got quote unquote good hair, nice hair. And, you know, she's darker, but the features are keen. She doesn't have a problem. She had, you know, but women who look, you know, unapologetically just African Black, they really have some serious hangups, and it's not coming out of nowhere. It's
Okay, but
coming from Black men. It's coming from Black men
here's what
who
I'm
do
getting
not.
at. I
And
get what you're
no, I
saying,
don't
but
know any.
here's
Can I just say this last thing? I don't know any Black men who have that. I have
well,
cousins who look like,
here's
to me,
but
don't
see,
look that good.
but no, here's where you disprove your point, right? And I
Okay.
don't know if African features or whatever the fuck it is on the screen that we see here. All I know is that they're fat as fuck and not too attractive, right? Now,
Okay.
that being the case, Black men are still marrying these chicks. So, 2 out of
As they
3 of these
should.
chicks,
As they
as
should.
as they should not. As they should not. Most men with standards know to avoid women that look like this. However, they don't. And I'm not talking about they married them in their prime and then after, boring 6 kids, they wound up looking like this. No, these guys are marrying these chicks in their 40s and they bring kids in tow. And you want to know why they do that? Because Black men are actually race loyal. We're actually race loyal, which is why we do stuff like that. It's nothing but these guys could be, the guys that they married, they could go to, Thailand or something and find a me love you long time type wife. But because they are race loyal, they find themselves betting this every night, which is a grueling task. Every single night that they have to stroke these fat ass bitches, they have to say to themselves, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud, in order to get it up. That is what so many of us do. That is race loyalty. Now you show me the Black dude that's not rich, but he looked like Flavor Flav that Black women are just lined up to marry. And then I will show you a group of women that are race loyal. Let's play some more.
So you kind of create these sort of cascading problems and issues when it comes to evictions, and that they are more likely to lose their job. They are more likely to have to travel further for work, increasing their economic precarity, and more likely to be the caretaker and taking on a lot of additional families into their household. So getting this eviction is this very sort of permanent stain on their record. It impacts their credit, it impacts their ability to find more housing. A lot of these Black women are more likely to experience bouts of homelessness as a result of these evictions. Their credit is less likely to remain intact after having some of these housing issues. So it's really, when we talk about intersectionality, it really is a prime example of how intersectionality works, right? They are likely to be.
Okay, so her device is disconnected. Oh, here she is. All right.
The computer.
Yeah,
And the
sometimes stuff
charger.
happens. Yeah.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry about
No,
that,
no.
guys. Every time I try to look for the stats that I'm talking, so I'm gonna just stop doing it. Every time I try to go over to look for it, because I'm on the phone. Every time I try to go over to look for the stats I'm talking about, it seems to disconnect you guys. So.
Right. Christian Hutchinson, salute to you. You said, don't want to get evicted, pay your rent. Thanks for attending my TED talk. Or at least at least attempt to form families with somebody who is capable of paying the rent. Or even mortgage.
But doesn't that fit into what I was saying? Like, we need to stop saying all we care about is feminine, fit, and friendly. And although looks can be one factor, I think that the teachings along that, that it's an extreme. There's an extremity to that teaching, and that's only leading men to basically feel that they need to be completely unconcerned with what a woman can bring to the table. How does that bring any different outcome? Let me put it this way: how does that bring a different outcome than the women who are doing it alone? If you're partnered with someone who was feminine, fit, and friendly, but had no means to contribute to the household, and you're an average Black man and only make 50,000, you're still at a one income, single income family, same outcome. So why are we teaching that?
Okay. I'll put it like this. There are, how can I say? No, I don't even want to go with that because some of them are attractive. I would much rather a fit, feminine, and friendly woman in my bed than a
Here
fat
it
ass
comes.
chick.
A
No,
crazy comment.
no, yeah, than a woman who don't meet any of those criteria, but she's able to pay the rent. Listen, here's the thing, and this is why I don't do. You ever in college? You ever went to like one of those bachelor auctions?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
when they were raising money for something, so they had like the guys that were up there, and yeah, yeah,
yeah,
and you could win a date. The women could win a date for them or whatever. Yeah.
right. Yeah, so I was asked to do that. I was asked to do that by not the deltas that you're familiar with, but a different delta, right? I was asked
Okay.
to do that for them. I'll say no, no, men should not be auctioned in that way. My penis is not for sale. It is
Well,
not.
wait a minute. Why are we talking about penises?
No,
Because
no,
it could
because
it could be
because
used
you're
for a
not going to
date, right?
seduce you're not going to seduce me with your ability to share in the bills. That's the thing. A woman can't seduce me with her ability. I'm pretty sure that there are guys who are like that in the world, that you could seduce them with your ability to pay the bills. But sweetie, I am not that dude. I am
Well, no,
not
I'm
that.
not. That's going to an extreme. I don't
And I've
mean
been
that.
homeless. I've been
That's
homeless.
not the
Okay,
that's
go
not the
for it.
only factor though. I'm not saying, because see the extremities, that's what I want to avoid. I don't mean that's all she has to offer. Nobody, I mean, you have to get to know. No, I think that that can happen if they're friends, and things happen. People become close, and it can happen. But for the most part, attraction is going to be the first thing that that draws you to someone. But I think that the again, I keep saying this ideology that's being promulgated is we don't care about this at all. And I know that you didn't say that. You just explained your stance to me. But I'm telling you right now, a lot of the men in the comment section, from the comment section to your podcast earlier, you with Bernard, with I forgot his last name, but with
Bernard
your
Riley.
podcast today
Riley.
with Bernard, yeah, your podcast with him today, to other ones that I've heard, they take it to an extreme. And really, honestly, the black and white thinking, the extremity thinking, is it's just an untrained mind. It's just people who have not. That's one of the pluses of being educated. I know we want to look down on it, and it's just a way to incur a lot of debt. But I can't tell you. I've noted over my years of practicing as an attorney, and even prior to that, there are pluses to that, because your mind is untrained. There are certain things that you just haven't learned to do if you haven't gone through a formal education. And I see a lot of that. I'm not putting them down, because I noticed that that's the reaction. Like, I'm not putting them down. It's reality. It's an untrained mind. And so there's this extremity thinking, and we have to avoid that, because that's not, it just, it's not the way to really assess what the reality is in any situation. And I'm
Mhm.
sure you would agree. But that extremity thinking is ever present, and they feel like you can say what you're saying, which is that that's not as important as women think. They take it, and they take it all the way to an extreme. We don't care about it at all. And I hear it. You can't tell me they don't say it, and I know you see it. They don't care about it at all.
Okay.
And that's not going to
I'm
work. They
sure.
have
I'm
to care
sure
about
that
it.
some don't. Well, first, let me address something in the chat, because somebody's asking what I look like. Because I meet people in person, YouTubers and stuff like that, but and followers, and they're asking what I look like in person. Somebody said Michael B. Jordan. Listen, I'm not going to say I look like Michael B. Jordan. I will say that if they made a movie about me, he could play it. He could play a younger me, and it would just be like, he is the much more attractive and fit representation of me. I'll say that. So for the people that are curious. All right, now back to you. Back to you. Listen, I don't know about what the other guys are saying, right? All I'm saying is that y'all emphasize it too much, way too much. We got education, though. We don't care. It's not that it's completely unimportant. It's like shoes. It's like if a woman came with like $1,200 shoes and say, look at my shoes. It's like, listen, that is not important to us. Yes, it's better than not having shoes at all, but really in the large scheme of things, that is a minute sector. Look, you've been to college, you know how syllabi are broken down. Many of them follow the 40, 30, 20, 10% rule when they break down, how things are weighed. The final is 40% of the grade, the midterm is 30, and maybe the homework or the labs, if it's a science course, is 20. And then 10% is normally like class participation and stuff like that. That is education. It's the least significant. At the very top is fit, those are the three: 40 fit, 30 feminine, and 20 friendly. And then after that, the stuff that's left over, you can still get A- if a person is completely degreeless. The person I'm courting now is degreeless, and the person I was with before, she's an immigrant and she's highly skilled, but she was degreeless also. So yeah, it's not the end of the universe. Like, I mean, yeah, a woman can get those extra goods if she has like her PhD and something like that. But in the large scheme of thing, it's not going to make up for any of the greater portions. All the greater portions is that is the crust, that is the sprinkles on ice cream. That is it's important, but it's not that damn important. That's what I'm saying. It's pickles on a sandwich. It's not that big a deal. So listen, women, black women, y'all need to stop leading with that. That's what I'm getting at. Y'all need to stop leading with that because it's not that important. Even the people who it is somewhat important, it is still not that important. Do you think I give a damn? I don't know Kelly Stamps. I do not know. For all I know, she could be a PhD. Do you think I give a damn? Do you think that I would care if she had a PhD or not while I am biting her in the ass and eating jello pudding snacks out of her hair? Do you think that I would give a damn about her education at that point? You there? Hello? Why is she gone? Dang it. She missed a whole diatribe. All right, let me play this.
Be employed, they are making lower wages, they are in these substandard housing units, and these impacts are huge. As you can see, the psychological trauma, the difficulty, and imagine getting turned down for housing opportunity after housing opportunity, economic opportunity. It can really, really start to have an impact on their mental health as well.
Sure, and their families as well, because I imagine they are also more likely to have children in tow, correct?
For sure, yes.
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Now, see, and this goes into the whole statistics thing. And oh, here she comes.
I don't know why you couldn't hear me, but I just had to disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah,
but
no
I heard
worries.
everything that you said.
Okay.
And my answer was, at this level of engagement, when you don't even know her and it's pure attraction, no, of course not. But that's what I'm trying to explain. That all I'm saying to Black men, to all the Black men listening, the manosphere men listening, is that we need to shift our understanding beyond only that. And you're saying it's not only that, but I'm telling you that when I look at the comment sections and when I get engaged in some of these conversations, they, like I told you before, an untrained mind. You don't have an untrained mind. Mm-hmm. But a lot of people, they take it's polarity. They just take the polar opposites. That's all they can understand.
No,
the gray
I don't
area
look
in the
for
middle
the polar opposites.
confuses people.
Kelly Stamps is
look at your comment section. Look at now. I can't see your comment section right now, but I mean on Bernard's comment section or Kevin Samuel's comment section, you're gonna see what I mean. There's not a lot of gray area. Most people with an untrained mind, most people, even some people with one, but people tend towards those extremities. They're polarized. Most people have a difficult time understanding the gray area in the middle, and so what you're doing is a disservice because most of the men take it as extremity. They completely devalue it when it comes to education, and our community cannot afford to do that. with the average Black man making 50,000 in the economy that we're currently living in, and it's only going to get worse.
Okay.
You need to be worried about who can you build a 2-income family with,
I do not
along
care
with
about that.
attraction. So maybe
I do not care about that. I don't
let
need
me
an
say
extra
this,
income. I need an extra Kelly stamp ass to bite. That is what I need. Okay, more than an additional, 50K chick muttering around or something like that. I want her.
Okay, so let me say this. Maybe the feminine, fit friendly, but nothing to offer. Remember, I mentioned earlier, I have that friend that uses that ugly term to describe them. And
Okay.
I only use that to show you that certain men, not all men think like you. That's all I was saying. I don't like that he says that either. That's disrespectful. But anyway, the sweet nothings guy. So we've got one of those women, nothing to offer. She's just cute. So maybe she's a 9. And maybe the woman who you can build an empire with, somebody who is in school and, you see that she's, going to achieve what she's setting out to achieve. Not somebody who's just talking, but someone who's on the road to becoming, who knows, maybe she's going to become a pediatrician. Maybe she's going to become even just a nurse, whatever, she's going to be able to contribute $80,000 to your income, to your combined income. And maybe she is a 7.5. Maybe she's an 8. And the other one's a 9, or maybe she's a 7. Black men need to start adopting the mentality that needs to be one of the factors. That's all I'm saying. Because if we don't, we're going to continue on what you're teaching is going to continue perpetuating generational poverty instead of generational wealth. Because the way forward for Black families is combined income families, 2-income families. I was raised in a 2-income household. My father was relatively successful, like for the 90s. I mean, he made like 80 something. That was good. For the 90s, we were good. But we wouldn't have lived without my mom's 80,000 too. We wouldn't have had the same household that we had. We wouldn't have lived in the neighborhood that we lived in and gone to the schools that we went to. They wouldn't have been able to pay for my college education where I didn't have to take out loans. I had to take out loans for law school because, I mean, that was just, they weren't that rich. They weren't rich. They weren't rich at all, but I mean, middle to upper middle class in the 90s. And that's huge that they were able to do that for me, because now I have less loans. That's what we
I'm
need
saying,
to be pushing toward.
No,
She's cute, but nothing she can't contribute anything.
I just showed you those 3 chitlin chicks. Okay, I just showed you 3, 2 of which were married, none of which are cute. Okay, that being the case, that being the situation, I would say that we need to push closer towards cute and further away. Well, they weren't educated either, but further away from smarts. Listen and listen me good. If these women are so damn smart, why are they ugly? Have you ever considered that? If they are
what does that have to do? I mean,
I tell you what it has to do. I tell you what it has to do with it, Delaney. Smart women know not to be ugly. Okay, they know to maximize their beauty. They understand the importance of physical appearance in any and thing that they do. Appearance is everything. They understand things like the halo effect, especially as it applies to women. That is what smart people do. It is not smart to be fat. Okay, it is not smart to live a life where you just find yourself all scarred up and fucked up. Like, smart women know how to maximize their beauty, and they know to maximize their beauty. That is the first thing you learn when you are a juvenile. You know that.
But you're not addressing my example. I didn't say.
No. My point is that if they're not hot, then they're not that smart. That's what
I didn't say that. I didn't say go be with a 3. I'm not expecting men to do that. You know what men need to go be with a 3? The men that are a 4. That's already who needs to go be with the 3.
I agree. Well, wait a minute. No. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Why do men got to be better looking than the women? We are the only community where the men are better looking than the women, and we think that this is a good couple. He's a 4, so he needs to get.
The men are better looking than the women?
You just said he's a 4 and he should get with a 3.
It was a hypothetical.
But my point is that far too often, I'm gonna put it out there because it need to be said. Okay, we as Black men look better than our women far too fucking often. We always do that. We mix fit with fat all the We miss.
To
Damn right.
you.
It's too many. Yeah, damn right. And to everybody else, there's too many relationships where
No.
the man is more handsome than the woman is pretty. There, I said it. And
I don't see that at
that I
all.
see it all the damn time. You see it all the damn time. You go
No, I
to
don't.
you go to a Walmart or something like that, and you see a fit man with a fat bitch. You see that all the time. The man is typically more pretty than the woman is handsome, and we're the only
So
community
what
that
do we
do that.
define? That's
The
so
Asian
subjective, though. That's too
women are
subjective to
always
measure.
let's put it out there. Let's put it out there. Asian women are always better looking than Asian men. Always. That they just do.
Not
Every
to
time.
me.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Not
it
to
is.
me.
Yes, it is.
Not
If
to
you
me.
had to do one, you would do the Asian woman. If they, and you know you would. You know you would.
No, I
Stop your
don't
li-
know that.
Stop
No, I
lying
don't
to
know that.
yourself. Oh, really?
What?
When you hear the term Asian porn, you know they're not talking about the
What?
men. So stop.
But this is so subjective. I mean, how are we? Again, I want to move away from like utter and complete subjectivity like this. I mean, we're making hasty generalization, logical fallacies, and then we're going to sit here and talk about them. You know, I mean, these are logical
It's
fallacies. What I
observable
want to
reality.
It's not
It
observable because that's
is.
completely subjective. What you find attractive is completely subjective. Now, I want to make a point.
It is not.
This is
It's not.
something.
Everybody
Let me tell you
finds Kelly
something that
Stamps
I've seen.
attractive. No. You're not gonna weasel out of this. Everybody finds Kelly Stamps attractive, and you know it. And you know it. You know that you think those thoughts when you're not in church. Stop pretending like everybody don't have like a general baseline of what we find hot. Minus those midget fetish niggas out there. You know, generally speaking, everybody finds Kelly Stamp attractive.
I don't know about that. I know plenty of men that think that she's too skinny.
They
Plenty.
stupid.
Well, that's your opinion.
Oh God! Everything I say without numbers in it is everything I say without numbers in it is my opinion. I mean,
no, that's your opinion. She's a little. I like her. I'm not even. I'm not even like saying that to be. I like her. I literally watched some of her videos, so I like her. I think she's beautiful. But that's subjective. That's your opinion. There are plenty of men that think that is way too skinny and don't like her aesthetic. I mean, there are plenty that would not find her attractive. You have to realize that. So that's the first problem. When we're going to talk about
no, we're not going to leave that.
We're going to talk about
we're not going to leave that. No, we're not going to leave that. Those men are not kicking Kelly Stamps out of their bed. They are not. Okay.
No, of course not. Most men wouldn't even kick Lizzo out of their bed either. Let's be real here.
I would.
No,
in
you
fact,
might, but a lot of men
would put nails in the motherfucker. How did you get in? You know, I'll be like, who let you in my house?
A lot of men would not kick Lizzo out of the bed either.
My point is that we have been conditioned to take these fat ass wig wearing, chitlin eating bitches.
Okay, let's talk about this then. Let's talk about white women.
Okay.
Let's talk about the white women that black men date. You're not gonna tell me that we don't see a certain pattern with that?
Yes, we do.
What do they look like?
They too damn fat and ugly. Yeah, no, I agree. They are too damn fat and ugly. And that's my point, damn it. That is my point. My point is that black men don't have any physical standards whatsoever. And you talking about we need to focus on education. We need to focus on getting away from these fat ass ugly bitches of any race. Okay? Because when I see a black man with a unattractive woman of any race, I don't say, well, I hope she's educated. I say, what's wrong with you? You're making me look bad. You have dishonored yourself.
So how come she couldn't just be a beautiful person? So do you believe in the theory of what's for you is for you? Like, for example, a man meets a woman. She may not. I don't even know if you realize, for a man who's open to this, who's socialized to accept and understand this, right? That they may meet a woman who they may be of a completely different race than what they've expected. How many white men that are married to black women?
I don't know. It's like 4 of them.
How often do you think that they may not have necessarily had a taste for that, but they met this woman? Let's take, for example, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing her name, Ketanji Brown, the new Supreme Court justice. Her and her husband talked about their story when they met. And he didn't have any sort of fetish or taste for black women. He had never, but she literally, her intellect, and they studied together first as friends. Her intellect impressed upon him to the degree that, and this is a certain type of man, though, again, this is what we were talking about earlier, the socialization, but her intellect impressed upon him to the degree that he became intrigued. Like, this is a brilliant woman. He said he saw her teaching. She was doing all these different community service activism. They were just friends.
How
And he
big
would
are her
come along
tits?
at times. He would come along at times and watch her, and she was just absolutely just remarkable to him.
Yeah,
and that's where his
okay,
interest.
okay.
Have you seen what she looks like? And I'm not
No,
putting her down. I think
I don't
she's
care.
beautiful
Like,
too.
no,
But
no, no. I'm asking. I don't know what she look like. How big are her tits? How big are her tits right now?
are you really asking me this? I don't care.
You
I'm
know,
not
you
a
can
lesbian.
judge
I don't know.
size. Listen. Well, is she fat?
She's a little. She's thick. She's a little hefty, a little bit.
But
Yeah.
was
Not
she
fat.
fat
She's
when
not
he
fat,
met her?
but she's
So
thick.
that's my point. He had a physical standard. He had a physical standard, and just like your husband did. And if you don't meet it, then you don't meet it. Far too many of these Walmart dwelling niggas, they do not have physical standards. They don't. So
I
they
think
get.
black men are very physical. It's just that their standard.
We have
No,
physical
can I say
standards for
something?
our own six pack. We do
No,
not
let me
have
say
physical
something.
standards for the women that we get with.
Okay, let me say something really quick.
Damn it.
Your standard, and I know this because you like Kelly Stamps. Your
Yes, I do.
physical standard, right? Your physical standard deviates greatly from the average black man's physical standard. Do you not know that? Kelly Stamps is very skinny.
They
A lot of
all
black men
want
don't like
Kelly
that.
Stamps. They
No, they
all
don't.
want Kelly.
No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
They
there
want big
isn't a black man
booty,
alive.
big boobs.
There
No,
isn't
they
a
don't.
heterosexual black man alive. She has big boobs. Okay, she don't have much
She
booty,
does not.
but like,
She does not have big boobs.
yes, she does, because she got them done.
She's beautiful how she is, but she doesn't have big boobs.
Yeah, she got them done. She got them done for me. So yes, she does have big boobs. Oh
my God. Okay. Okay. So, but my point is simply that your standard deviates from what's average for the average black man. I think that's where the disconnect is happening, because a lot of black men are so over concerned with tits and a word ass that
oh my God,
they're so over concerned with tits and ass that they will take a woman where even if it's not settling though. They desire a certain phenotype so much physically, bodily wise, that even if there's a little bit extra around the waist, whatever, they don't care. They care about the boobs and the butt. That's just the reality. So what you're saying that you see that you have perceived as a lack of standards is just a different standard than yours. They all have. Black men are very physical. Very physical.
No, they're not. Okay, put it like this. They need to get in line, and they need to prioritize looks more. I'm tired of seeing these dudes with ugly ass bitches. Okay,
they are prioritizing it, but
no. But you're saying that they should. But you're saying that they should be prioritizing education, and I'm saying
as one factor.
As a minute factor. I'm saying before you even prioritize education, you need to get rid of these fat ass bitches. That is what I'm telling brothers to do.
I really wish that you would stop saying that.
Well, okay, let's see what she has to say. How is that horrible?
Because why are we calling people, pejoratives? Why are we doing this?
Because they need to be shamed for it. That's why pejoratives are invented. So people, listen, I'm not insulting things that they have no control over, even though I talked about her mouth.
You did.
Outside of that, I am not insulting things that people do not have control over.
Can I take us back to something though? I do feel like you are a good example of a black man who is a typical manosphere mentality. And when I say that, what I mean is that what attracts certain men to this ideology. I think one of the staples that I've seen, and this is just looking at the comments, is there seems to be an anti-ethnocentric mentality. That's why you think this woman is so ugly. That's why you like Kelly Stamps, because that's a very skinny, probably a little bit more geared toward what a white or Asian woman's body would be like. There is, and you're not uncommon in that. And I think that that's an issue that has yet to be discussed too. There is an anti-Afrocentric and anti-ethnocentric mentality that tends to kind of pervade and it's not necessarily stated openly. I think most of us have been socialized to know that we should be ashamed if we feel that way. We know that we're supposed to be pro-black, but in reality, that anti-ethnocentric mentality is there, and it pervades, and it's something that I detect kind of under the radar, and it's not something that I'm even geared on a personal level to look for. So for me to see it, I guess what I'm saying is, for me to see it, it's very obvious, because I don't really have I'm not dark skinned. I don't have a sensitivity to it, but I still see it. If that makes sense.
So you feel that somewhere deep in my subconscious, I am attracted to Eurocentric features.
Absolutely. And repulsed. More important, I know that you like Black women. I'm not saying that you don't.
Kelly Stamps is a Black woman.
Exactly. But features are Eurocentric, and that there's a repulsion.
She has Black features.
There's a repulsion.
She has full lips. She has full lips and almond eyes.
How is that full? What?
Kelly Stamps has full lips. She has full lips, and it makes me want to like gently press the side of my cheek to her lips, because they're like pillows. I know what the fuck I like, and it has nothing to do with like Eurocentric or none of that blizz blast and ham. Listen, I know what I like, and these chicks are not going to dictate what my dick takes. They're not.
Have you ever analyzed what you like and why?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever analyzed why a woman whose lips, like the woman on the screen right now, you had a visceral reaction to her?
No, I don't. It's not visceral. It's just that.
Why?
No, it's just that it's funny. It's funny to make fun of certain features. I shouldn't have did it, but God damn it, if she don't have a big ass mouth. And that's not an African thing. That's a her thing.
What?
That's not an African thing.
Why,
That's a her
why are
thing.
white women? I want to pose the question. This leads me. I'm going to change directions just a little bit, if you bear with me.
No, I want you to hear something, so you can, because what you're doing is you're trying to bring up these arguments that you think that you're going to try to shame me, and you think that you could shame me so you could dictate what my
I don't want to shame you. I don't want to shame you.
Well, here's
because
what I
made
this song. I made this song in
you.
response to the last chicks that tried to dictate what my dick takes. Listen at this.
Oh my God. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Oh my God.
Her eyes are green, her hair is green, she's light skinned, dead. Her skin is so fair and she's so straight up. She cooks good food and never breaks. She's light skinned, dead. Never fit, never hair between. She's light skinned, dead. She's out of sight, don't call her away. She's light skinned, dead. She's so great at bed and she gives awesome head. She gets it back before she's.
Oh my God, this is so silly. Wait, what is the song saying? It's breaking up. I can't hear it.
She's light skinned, she's out of sight and out of sight. She's light skinned, her skin is green, her self esteem. She's light skinned, her skin
light skinned. Okay.
She's really thick, she worth the day. She's light skinned, she's fine swine with a knife behind. She's light skinned, her skin is beige and we on the same page. She's light skinned, there's good white girl class and a sexy fat ass. Her hair is long, and the song.
You see that? That's what I do to people who try to shame me into liking a certain thing. You tell me that I should like dark-skinned women. No, it's not that I like it. It's that I don't like being told what I should like. And just
You can
because
like
people
whatever
can,
you want. That's fine.
I
That's
know I
fine. I mean,
can.
that's
I don't
fine. I
need
mean,
permission. My point
you
is
don't
that
need permission.
so many people try to tell me that I should like dark-skinned women, and I clap back with stuff like this. So don't tell me what I should like. I know what I want. If I want light-skinned, I get light-skinned. If I
I don't.
want
That
if I want to
doesn't.
go to China and get a chick to say me love you long time, that's what I want. If I want an albino midget, that's what I want. That is my prerogative.
It sure is.
How dare people say, oh, you should be ashamed, Eurocentric feature. I don't care about stuff like that. All I
Well,
know
this is not
is
about you as an individual,
it
though.
is
That's fine.
about me. It's
That's
about
fine.
me and what erects my penis. That is what this is all about. And how dare people say that I should consider history and blizz blast and ham when it comes to all that stuff. I shouldn't. I go with
So
what
tell
my
me why
penis like.
you. Can I ask you a question though? I mean, now personally, I don't. I mean, that's fine, but I mean, why wouldn't you care though? As a Black person, I want to know. Tell me what your understanding is of not you as an individual, right?
Mhm.
Because that's fine. But say let's take this to its logical conclusion, to its furthest conclusion. Say that you have the impact, because a lot of you do, and in the manosphere. Say that you have the impact that you intend to have, right? And many men feel that way. Like, they just don't really care. They prefer what they prefer. And it happens to be something that what they do prefer happens to be non-Black, non-ethnocentric, non-Afrocentric. What do you think the effect? Let's look, I don't know, 2 generations forward.
Mhm.
What do you think the effect is of this?
The effect would be your grandparents. Aren't you descended from the Creole gens de couleur?
My grandmother, yeah.
So there you have it. That's the effects.
So that's what? That's 1/8. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
No, I'm talking about the light-skinned community of people who dated for what they wanted. Of free people who dated for what they wanted. You asked, I told you. Your grandmother is the product of such a community, of a thriving beige community in Louisiana, and that she came from. That's what you would have.
What would be the effect?
You would have the Creole. That is the effect. The
What would be
thriving
the
beige
effect if that were
community
more
of
widespread?
Louisiana. It would
What would
be
be the effect?
it would be a larger Creole community.
And what would they look like phenotypically?
They would
Do
look
you
like
think that?
her. They would
you
look
think
like
that
her right here.
Who?
I'm talking
On
about
the
this
left?
person. This person who named herself Mutt. They would look. It would look like this.
Okay. But it wouldn't. That's the only problem. I'm not
What
even
would
going
it
to
look
go
like?
down the whole, because see, here's the thing. We don't have
It'll look like this.
We don't have Punnett squares here. Well,
And this.
I guess we theoretically could, and that's beautiful.
Even with Punnett squares,
we
you
don't
know
have
that.
Punnett squares here.
Yeah,
we don't have Punnett squares here, so we can't really address this scientifically. We can't address it appropriately, because there's a lot of just anecdotal, hasty generalization, logical fallacies floating around. We can't really address it. But I will say this: the Black community as a whole needs to continue to be ever present on the minds of Black men, and I think
what
that's
the hell? No,
that
no,
you
it
have.
is not. I refuse.
You specifically. Now I am talking about you as an individual.
Nope.
All due respect.
I refuse to accept the responsibility.
But I think that you and all men like yourself who are taking leadership positions, you need to have the well-being of the Black community as a whole as your mindset. And the fact that a lot of you don't is one of the problems that we have. That's one of the problems that we have, because men lead. Whether you realize, I hear a lot of talk about,
we lead who they follow. Listen,
you lead.
We
lead whether you realize it or not.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, love. We lead those who follow us, and if they're not willing to follow, they're not following me to the gym. That's for goddamn sure. Okay, they're not following me to the gym, and they're not following me to the nutritionalist. Okay, they are not. I'm on keto right now.
That's
and they not follow
an individual.
And they not following me.
How many Black men are on keto and are worried about going to the gym?
No. Listen, we're fitter than Black women. The point is that they are not following us.
That's not true.
They are not following us. That is true. And until they
Who told
do,
you that?
y'all do. When I tell y'all we want fit, feminine, and friendly, y'all give us, but we got education. God damn it. When I say I want a sandwich, you don't give me squash. Like you don't give me soup. Like that you follow what I do. And every
What?
time
Okay.
and every time I do, and y'all always give reasons like, oh, well, why should we follow you? Because we have a penis. But you see, you say that we're leaders because I have a penis, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? You say that.
Absolutely. So understand the role and the responsibility that you have as men, because you will be followed, whether you
No,
understand it or
that
not.
I refuse to
Men,
accept
women follow the
responsibility
state of the
without
black
power.
community is
No,
the state
women.
of the black community is ultimately the state of the black community that we're currently in is ultimately due to actions and inactions of the men, and that's any community. Women do follow you. You can think they're not, so you carry on as though you're not being followed, but they still are. You like to criticize women for trying to imitate your Eurocentric, ideals of beauty. Why are they doing this? Because
Huh?
you guys have demonstrated that that's what you prefer. You're being followed. You talk about the women who are choosing these Pookies and Ray Rays, but you're being followed as not you, but as a collective. The women are looking and saying, this is who the men are telling me that they want to be. So that's who I'm going to like. They follow. They absolutely do follow, whether you guys understand it or not. The problem is that the leadership is not purposeful. It's not targeted. It's happenstance. It's we do what we want, and then we turn around and criticize the women for the results because we don't understand that they're actually following us. That's what's happening. That's what's happening in the community. And a lot of black men just simply do not have a full understanding of their role, the power of their masculinity, because women do follow. Now men follow women as well. And that's valid as well. But it's different. It's done. I won't even say follow, but when men attempt to impress women to a degree. But it doesn't have the societal effect, the overall collective the community effect that women following men has. That's why when rap music, for example, when we started in the late 80s, early 90s with this complete denigration of black women, and you turn around now and you criticize women like Cardi B for what they're following you. And it's crazy to me that you guys don't see that. They're following you. You did that first. Not you, black men collectively. You did that first. The women who are walking around thinking that they should be independent, they're following you. In what way? Not because you said that that's what you wanted, but because that's what you showed them they had to do. If they were going to follow your lead, they realized, you know what, I need to make sure that I can be self-sufficient, because they may or may not decide that they're going to be here. They're still following you. Even in your absence, they follow you. When you're absent, the way that they follow you is to adjust.
Okay,
To
fair enough.
adjust and to say, okay,
So,
I'm going to become independent because they're not going to be here. But they're still
okay,
following you.
I get it. I get it. And I agree with you. That is why I am leading them into Kelly Stamphood. Okay? I understand that they're following me. I want to be the Pied Piper of fat bitches and take them into Kelly Stampness. That's what I want to do. Follow me there and follow me to the kitchen and get me a sandwich and follow me to the bedroom and let me bite your ass. Like that is what I am leading them into.
But see,
I am.
that's not. Remember, we talked earlier today about leadership that is done. So anything can be done in the positive versus in the negative. So leadership that's done in the negative, i.e., in terms of absence, and they just have to adjust to your absence. You
Huh?
can't control what the form of that looks like. That's what's happening.
Well, no, we should
And what
abstain
you
from fat
don't
bitches.
realize, can I say something though? What you
Go
don't
for it.
realize, the type of leadership that you are trying to employ right now, saying that, you said earlier today, I'm going to be a shock jock. I'm going to shock them. And I'm going to speak my mind in a way that can shame people into understanding what they're doing wrong. That doesn't work. When you're trying to mold behavior, That's a form of absence too.
Then they're not following. Listen,
That's
if y'all,
absence. They're following your absence.
hold
just
on,
like
hold
in
on, hold on.
in the
If y'all,
80s.
if
The
they
same
if they
thing.
wanna follow gangster raps into whoredom and they won't follow me to the kitchen and get me a sandwich, that shit is on
Yours
them.
is no different. It's absence because it's untenable.
It don't
It's
matter.
not a leadership
It
that's
it
tenable.
does
They
does
can't
not
follow
matter.
that.
You can either get me a sandwich or you can put money on a nigga's commissary. Either way, you choose your
Same
followers.
difference.
It is not the same difference.
It's the
It
same
is not.
difference. And
It
I know
is
you
not.
hate that I'm saying that,
It
but
is
it is.
no. It is not the same difference. See,
The
that's your problem.
form that you're
Y'all do
taking
not.
is
Y'all do
untenable.
not understand. Y'all do not understand proper leadership. Okay, proper
That's
leadership.
proper leadership.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Get me a sandwich is the thing that proper-minded women should be doing. They have been
No,
doing
get me
since
a
the beginning.
sandwich has to be earned. Get me a
What?
sandwich is earned. I
Okay,
will
so
go get
stop
my
saying.
I
So
will get
stop.
my husband a
So
sandwich
stop
any
saying.
day he says.
So
But that's
stop.
because he has
Listen.
shown and
Listen.
demonstrated
Okay,
to
so
me that
stop
he
saying that we
deserves
are.
for me to
But
do
you are
that.
saying that we are innately the leaders. We are. You guys are the
Right.
leaders, and therefore you
And
are.
if you
Stop
lead
saying
in
no,
the
no, no, no,
negative,
no. But according to y'all, we haven't earned the leadership position yet. You see, stop saying that y'all just go around following our leads all the time, and
they
then when
still
we
do.
and then when we tell y'all to do something, y'all say, "Oh, well, you got to earn that," which means that you're not baseline. You're not defaulting into following our lead. No, you're not.
That
You
is
just are
following
saying
our
that you
lead.
just want to say that we're the leaders when the blame for shit comes around.
No.
But no. On
Let
a
me
day to
explain.
day, on a day to day, y'all do not collectively follow my lead. You got any single friends?
I have a few single friends.
Call them right now.
Most of them are married.
Call them right now. I'm going to make a reasonable request. I'm going to make a reasonable request of them and see if they follow my leadership. If they don't, every bad thing that happens to them for the rest of their life is their fault. Why? Because I told them to get me a sandwich.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Let me explain why. When you have not, and this is what I think that Black men specifically need to learn, and we touched on this earlier. Leadership for any man, even biblically, you know how we were talking about the Abrahamic religions, even religions as ancient as that. It's earned. The word submission in the Bible, if you translate the Hebrew word that's used, and even in English too, submission is entirely voluntary. It can't be commanded.
Okay,
It can't be forced.
I get it.
Nothing.
However,
Listen. It's
so is
earned.
leadership.
It's voluntary. No,
But see,
leadership is not, and that's what y'all.
leadership
Thank
is
you for
not
saying that,
earned.
and that's what y'all
No,
don't
no,
understand.
no.
No, it's
Leadership
not.
is not
No, it's
earned.
not. No,
Oh, well, there you
no.
go. There you go. So then
No,
that means that
leadership is leadership in this sense. Listen, let me explain what I mean. Let me quantify and qualify what I mean.
hurts.
Leadership is earned in the sense that when you're talking about men and women, the men in any society are born into a certain station where they have a responsibility to protect and to lead. If they choose not to lead, they're still leading, but it's a leadership in the negative. It's a leadership of absence. And then at that point, they really can't, criticize how the women have adjusted to their absence, but it's still leadership. It's leadership in the negative. It's leadership in absence, leadership absentia. So
All right.
what you're doing then is that you have women following the fact that you're not there, but your presence is still absolutely of penultimate importance. And your lack of presence becomes of penultimate importance. So if you're not there, they're going to adjust. They're going to decide, okay, well, I need to become independent. They're going to start telling each other, you know what, we don't need men. Everything that you're seeing in the Black community now, that's exactly what happens when there are no men and they decide to abandon their station as leaders. They're still being followed, but they're being followed in the negative. Their absence is being followed.
Okay, a wise man by the name of Uncle Ben, and I'm not talking about the rice Uncle Ben, a wise man named Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. With no power comes no responsibility. If you don't give me power and you don't follow my dictation, then I am not giving you shit as far as leadership goes. All right, you must cooperate. That is how that works. With great power comes great responsibility. However, with no power comes no responsibility. And y'all bitches not giving up any power means that we have no responsibility or obligation to you. Until you get your ass in there on the treadmill, and then when you're done, get me a sandwich. I don't want to hear nothing. There is nothing you can do with a bunch of fat, unruly bitches. Nothing at all.
Okay.
And nor
Okay.
should
You can
nor
say
should a
that.
man do that. And I do say that. I say that all
You
the
can say
time.
that. You can
Yeah.
say anything you
Yeah,
want.
that's what I
But
say.
you
But
know
until you submit, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear about your complaints. No.
Submission
Fuck your
is
damage. Where's my
voluntary.
sandwich? That is
Submission is
my
voluntary. So
exactly.
if you lead
And
in a manner,
until
if
you
you
volunteer,
lead,
and until
if
you
you lead in a
volunteer,
manner,
you deserve nothing. You don't
no.
deserve
If
my
you
leadership.
lead in a
Yes,
manner that is untenable, you'll still be leading, but you'll be leading in your absence. What you're going to witness
If
is a
you
bunch of
find
women
getting
that
me a
have
sandwich,
adjusted to your absence,
if you
and then they're
find
going to
getting
sit
me a
there and
sandwich
try
and
to
presenting
critique
your ass for
what
biting
came later.
untenable, then that is on
It's
you. That
untenable.
means
No,
that
the leadership is untenable when it is
that's my leadership. If you
disrespectful,
find
abusive.
how's that disrespectful? If you find getting me a sandwich and presenting your ass for biting untenable, then that's on you. That means
Okay,
that
so
you can't.
you're joking now, clearly, obviously. So I'm not even going to respond to that because you're
Wait,
obviously
how's
kidding.
that? How's that?
You
How's
can't
that joking?
be serious.
I'm
You
not
can't be
serious.
talking to
No,
me.
I
You
like
can't be talking
sandwiches.
to me thinking that you're saying that.
No, what? Excuse me. Listen, every
But you
man
can't be
likes
talking
sandwiches
to
and biting
me
ass.
thinking that you're saying what you're
What
saying,
are
and then
you
I'm going to
talking
actually take
about?
that seriously.
How is that not serious? My point is it's symbolic. Okay, it shows an unwillingness to submit. It shows an unwillingness to submit to basic, simple tasks. These are basic, simple tasks, and then we get pushback. Well,
So where have you demonstrated that your understanding of what the tasks need to be that the women need to follow? How have Black men demonstrated that collectively that will lead Black women in the right direction? Tell me where Black women have seen collectively for any extended period of time that we're safe if we follow these men's leadership. It's going to lead us in the right direction. Just like I explained to you about my husband. I'm going to do what he tells me. Why? Because he has shown me it's not, he doesn't pull that card just to do it and say, I'm a man, I have a penis, do what I said.
I don't
Me.
say. Listen, I don't say, you should get me a sandwich because I have a penis. What I'm saying is if you are going to pin responsibility on me because I have a penis, then I'm going to pin the burden of getting me a sandwich on you because I have a penis. You see,
It doesn't work that way.
No, that's exactly how it works. Y'all trying to work it. You are trying to work it different, miss. You
worked it. You said that. You said with what? With responsibility. With what? With power comes what? Responsibility.
Exactly.
Power
But you are saying that the power has to be earned.
If
If you're saying that the power has to be earned, then the responsibility.
No, the power isn't earned. The power's not earned. The power's there.
The power is not there because you said your husband had to earn his sandwich from you. No, you said that your husband. No. Listen to me. You said that your husband. You said that your husband had to earn his sandwich from you, meaning that the power has to be earned. Okay, that is fine. That is fine.
Can I explain so that you can understand what I mean? Let me make an analogy. The power is there. If he were the type of man that wanted to grab me by the neck and say, you make this sandwich right now, if he were that type, he could have. So the power is there, and that exists collectively for men. The power is there. What's earned is the submission. Because remember that the definition of that word is voluntary. The submission. So women voluntarily submitting to you and saying, okay, I'm gonna make the sandwich because you told me. That's what's earned. The power is there, and that the power itself is what gives you what charters to you that responsibility to use that power effectively. If you don't use it effectively, you're still going to be leading, but you'll be leading in absentia. You'll be leading in absence. You'll be leading in the negative. You'll be leading, your absence will be leading. And so what's going to happen is that they're going to adjust to the fact that you do not know how to lead, to the fact that your leadership has led down the wrong path for however many generations, to the fact that your leadership actually results in their harm, They're going to adjust to it. And you're going to try to understand and criticize their adjustment. And you have no right to do that at that point, because your leadership, your power was not wielded responsibly. Your power, you could wield it. There are three choices. You could wield your power responsibly. The power's there. My husband's
The power's not there. The power's not there until you get it.
Yes, it
The
is.
power is not there
You're not
until you
listening to
get
me.
the sandwich.
My husband's power was there, regardless. If he wanted to grab me by the neck and
until
said,
you
"You're gonna make my
embrace
sandwich,"
it,
he could have done
and
that.
until you
But he
embrace it, and oh really? Hey fellas, go out and grab bitches by the neck and tell them to make you a sandwich, and then report back to me what happens.
Exactly. You're proving my point. Are you listening to yourself?
No. Oh my God. All right.
You're proving my point.
No,
the power
listen to
is
me.
there. That they could do that. They're stronger than the women. The power's there.
Oh my
The
God.
power
Okay.
is there. The
Okay.
power
Well, the
is
cops are
there.
stronger than them.
But
Now, I'm gonna play something.
submission is what must be earned.
I'm
The
gonna play
voluntary
something.
submission is what must be earned.
I'm gonna show you something about voluntary submission. Okay, this is from the year 1985, and this is what happened. Take a listen at this. Hold on. Fair use.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One.
What does that prove other than that their baby's fathers are all unsuitable to marry?
Guy?
What does that prove other than that their baby's fathers were all unsuitable to want to marry?
Well, they weren't suitable to receive raw semen inside of them. My point is that there's no point.
I agree. There's a responsibility there. I'm not saying there's no responsibility.
Yeah. So my point is that So my point is that when you're dealing with a bunch of questionably looking, unruly, simple bitches like this, it's better to not lead. I don't want to lead bitches like this into nothing. Okay, they're stupid and they come from a long line of stupid bitches. Listen first.
So are all black women stupid? Am I stupid?
I didn't say all black women are stupid. Kelly Stamps is probably smart. She's smart enough to be sexy. Okay, but listen at these.
Don't plan to get married. Why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
That's what stupid means. So you see, some people aren't worthy of leadership. You say something.
Can I ask you a question though?
Some people are not worthy of followership, and these chicks are not worthy of followership. They are not.
How do you know that?
Because they're stupid.
How do you know that? How do you know
listen,
all the factors that are at play here? Because I want to present to you I want to present to you what I think is probably the most likely, because you're talking about nature.
No, what do you think is the most likely? Explain.
I am. I just want to preface. Okay. I will do that. I want to preface with something. We're talking about nature now. Women have literally biologically a certain nature that they do want to rear children and that they do want to be protected. And all women have that to a degree. Now, again, we're talking about the bell curve. There are outliers, but most women desire that. And most modern women still do desire that. Now, what I propose is probably the most likely instance here is that these are women who have observed. They've observed their surroundings. They've observed their own fathers. They've observed the men in their community. And women are survivors, if nothing else. That's something and that's biological as well, because it's given to women to allow them to care for children. And they've observed their surroundings and said, you know what? If either I'm going to lay down on the ground and cry and be miserable because this man that I had this child with is completely incapable of leading, or I'm going to tell myself and tell my sisters, we can do this ourselves. This is exactly what I meant when I said your leadership is happening regardless, but it can happen either properly or it can happen in absence. Your leadership in absence, this is what it looks like. Women who have decided among themselves, how are we going to adjust to their absence? The leadership is still there. The men are still the focus, but their absence becomes the focus instead of their action. Their
Okay.
absence is now the
Oh,
focus.
oh, oh,
So
oh,
how do we
okay.
adjust to their absence? And this is what we need to do to adjust to their absence. They're still leading.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
still
yeah,
leading.
yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. They're not absent if they are pumping raw semen into their vaginas. Okay. That is the opposite of absent. That is very present.
Oh, you can be very absent and still be pumping raw semen and whatever else you said.
Oh, really?
You can be
Please
yes.
tell me. Is there like virtual
Yeah.
semen? Like, are
You
you
don't-
just
yeah.
emailing? Are
You
you
can be
emailing
physically present. Yeah,
Oh,
can I
I'm
say?
listening. Uh-huh.
You can be a man. Now, I don't know. I can't speak for how men feel, but a man, for a woman, a man can be physically present and can meet. And whether or not men understand this, women are still, and this is what a lot of the foundation of the feminist movement is, not to open up that discussion. And I don't want to do that yet. I don't want to do that right now. But women still have, they're still physiological beings with urges, just like you. They're different.
Well, unless they have the urge to get me a sandwich.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me finish. Unless they have an urge to get me a sandwich, I don't want to hear it.
Let me
they
finish
are
what
useless.
I'm saying, though.
Ah, damn it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. Let me make my point though. The women still have physiological urges, so they still want sex. They still want sex. So those men are present in that capacity and that capacity alone. They can be present and not be present as leaders, and therefore, and a lot of black, and especially during this time period that you're showcasing here, that's when this first started, and it's still the case now in a lot of situations. So they're present to perform certain functions that the women physiologically crave, just like you guys do, but to a different degree, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's human. They crave that, so they're going to succumb to that, just like a man would, but they're completely absent in terms of their leadership, in terms of their financial contributions, in terms of their presence in the lives of the children. You can be present physically to pump semen or whatever you said, however you phrased it, and you can be virtually just absent, like you're not even there, because a man can be present to do that and completely absent in every other area, and he may as well not exist except for fulfilling the role of a dildo, basically.
A dildo with semen. Nevertheless, these women are sexually irresponsible.
They are.
And stop trying to shift the blame on lack of leadership or something like that. They're hoes. And as a result of it,
are most people sexually irresponsible? Aren't most people? Let's be honest here. Are men sexually irresponsible? Do condoms exist? What part of the body is a condom placed upon? That's my question. What part of the body is a condom placed upon? Does a woman put a condom, over her clitoris? Like, where does a condom go? And on whom?
Yeah, granted, condoms do exist.
And they go
also,
on
and dumb bitches.
Because you don't want to say it. Who do they go on? Who do they go on?
All right. I'll tell you who they go on.
What?
I tell you who they go on. They go on my penis. They didn't go on her baby daddy penis, obviously, and none of these baby daddy penises. So these women women are going out receiving raw sperm. I'm going to explain you. Who's responsible for this. Hold on. Fair use.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Is that supposed to prove a point? Why do you think?
Listen,
my man.
That proves my point. That proves my point.
Listen.
On her. I'm not going to stop my pleasures because of another woman.
What about birth control? What about condom?
Girls don't like them things. They don't like them things. They'll tell you to take them things off. They figure that you saying that they filthy or they dirty or something.
Well, there you have it.
Okay. So what does that prove? Because somebody
it proves
cognizant English is supposed to just be the open and shut.
The point is that however many baby mamas he has is the ratio between dumbass bitches and ignorant ass niggas. That is the ratio. Okay, this man he probably has 100 kids right now. For all we know,
and he's just as ignorant as they are. And you know why?
Yes, but it's 100 of them. But it's 100 of them. It's 100 to 1. There's 100 to 1 odds. Listen to me. There is 100 to 1 odds that a bitch is stupid as fuck versus a dumbass nigga like this. I'm
Public
not trying to give
education
up
is
nothing
the
as
issue
far as
here.
no sex, my man.
Public education is the issue here.
Public
This-
education is not
yeah,
the issue.
absolutely.
Dumbass niggas is
Yes,
the
it is.
issue.
Absolutely.
Dumbass
Absolutely.
niggas is the issue.
Absolutely.
And
why
dumb
are they that
and
way?
dumb bitches
Why are
is,
they
is
that
the
way?
issue.
Why are they that way?
Fuck if
Because
I know their
sexual-
parents was related.
No, sexual education is tied. It has been researched.
Oh, really? Really?
It
You
has
think
been
you
sexual
think you
education
think
is tied
you
to
think that this ignorant
public
bastard
education.
you think that this ignorant bastard do not know that condoms exist? He just asked them, and dude told him like, no, them girls don't like condoms. They take them off. They think that make them nasty.
Yeah, that's called ignorance.
So he
That's called
understands.
poor
No. He's educated on what condoms is and where they go. He knows what they are and where they go, and he don't use them because the girls think that make him feel nasty.
That's
or
his
some
excuse.
dumbass
That's
shit
his
like
lie.
that.
That's his lie. That's his excuse. That's his
Whatever.
excuse.
The point is that he's walking around slew-footing bitches all the time. He's like a multiple baby daddy. Watch this.
So then you and I agree that it's not just women who are responsible for this. We agree then.
No,
it's not just women.
I'm
it's not
saying
just
the
women
ratio.
who are responsible.
That I'm saying ratio wise, okay? The ratio for every woman that he got pregnant in his life, because he's old as fuck now. Every woman he got pregnant in his life is a dumbass bitch, which means that there's far more dumbass bitches than there are ignorant niggas. We have a oversaturation of dumbass bitches.
Okay. So now you're making
such things.
Now you're making statements again that have no support for them statistically.
What do you mean statistically? This dude, he is a multiple impregnator. Okay, he is a multiple impregnator.
And he's one person. Anecdotal, one person.
He's one person, but his kids is 20 people.
Generalization, logical fallacy.
His kids is 20 people.
Generalization,
listen,
logical
all
fallacy.
those girls in that little cohort who wanted kids but don't want to have a father to those kids is a slew, it's a nest, it's a covenant. That is a herd. It is a herd of dumb bitches, and there are far too many of them.
Adjustment to the men that are surrounding them.
Adjusted to
what?
What?
Seeing with those women
it's
called survival. That's survival.
No. They're 16.
Surviving.
They don't need to do that. They don't need to do that to survive. Okay. You know what they need to do to survive. No.
But that
what
mentality.
They need to be less stupid. Okay.
Survival.
No. What they need to do to survive. What they need to do to survive is to get me a sandwich and present ass for biting.
So
that is what they need to do in order to
sandwiches. He would have been. You think that if those women did go and present sandwiches, that those men like him would have been different.
No, you missing the point. I didn't say get them sandwiches. I said get me sandwiches. That is what they need to be doing. They need to find the 1985 me and get him a sandwich and present ass for biting. That's what they should have been. That's what's happening here. You're rushing the process. Rushing the process. When did they stop? Grandma got grandpa a sandwich. When did they stop?
No, I'm not talking about the sandwiches. You're rushing the process in terms of our advancement as a people. We're going
backwards.
We are in our infancy stages, and Black women are leading the advancement. And the Black women are leading.
This is not advancement. This is a bunch of dumbass bitches.
They are leading the advancement.
They are not. They are not advancing. They are stagnant. It's a bunch of fat, stagnant bitches. No, we're going backwards. No. I'm not going to do the wrong shit over and over. I am not No.
Eventually, these men will follow, and they will begin to pursue.
Ain't that a bitch? No. Men, you listen to me.
These men will follow.
You listen to me, and you listen to me good. And y'all see what's going on? See, this is what's called topping from the bottom. This is what's called topping from the bottom, fellas. Y'all listen to me, and y'all listen to me good. It's when they pretend like, it's when they pretend like, oh, you're the leader, and then they sneak around and say, eventually the men will be following the women. Ain't that some shit?
Will.
Fuck that. No.
Because we all provide.
See, that's the thing. Y'all see this? Y'all see what's going on? Y'all see what's going on? She's trying to bite my ass. She's trying to get me to get her a sandwich. This is, they are trying to set us up. This is the homie. This is the homie. Ain't this some shit? Okay, I'm going to play some more of this.
Listen,
I
listen.
knew it. I knew.
You
I
did
heard
not
it.
know
I heard it in your
because you did
voice.
not let me finish.
No,
You did not know
hold on.
anything.
I want to
You
play
can't
more of
know
this.
anything
I
until you
want to play
allow
more
me
of
to
this.
complete my thought. You can't know anything
I want to play
until
more
I
of this. Hold
complete
on.
my thought. I'm
Let
sure
me.
you do. I'm
All
sure
right.
you do. You don't want to let me finish because you want to silence me.
The strong family was still the backbone of Black America, and 3 out of 4 children had both parents at home. That is true no longer. Most Black children are now growing up.
You see this? This is backwards. This is backwards.
It's very backwards. Why is it backwards?
Because
Why
these
aren't the
bitches
men
are
there?
backwards.
Why aren't the men there? Tell
Because
me why the men aren't there. Let me
because
before you answer.
I'm
Before you
gonna tell you
answer,
why they're
before
there. You asked me.
answer.
Ah, damn it.
Can I say something before you answer? Before you
Okay.
answer, remember, you're talking to an attorney. Now, I am a probate attorney now, but I used to work in the parentage courts in Cook County. And I will tell you right now, I have firsthand experience. So before you answer, because I hear a lot of men make the excuse, women are keeping them away. No, the courts are stacked against men when it comes to custody, full custody. Yes, that's true. And a lot of women don't believe that. I will be the first to say, yes, that's true. When it comes to custody, the courts are stacked in the woman's favor. And there are a lot of different reasons for that, though. But when it comes to visitation, the courts are stacked in the favor of whoever is the non-custodial parent. Whoever is the non-custodial parent. If a man came in there and said, I'm not being allowed to see my child, I want to file for visitation, the courts are stacked in their favor on that motion, heavily. If a man came in the court and said, I'm being alienated from my child, heavily stacked against anyone who's alienating a child. As a matter of fact, that's taken very seriously. Very seriously. These men use that as an excuse, and they're not doing that. I saw this firsthand. I saw about 3 Black men come in and file for visitation to see their kids. They're not doing it, and they use it as an excuse. The process for filing for visitation is relatively simple. You don't even need counsel. You can do it pro se, which means without counsel, by yourself. It's a 2-page, a little simple 2-page complaint. You could come in and say, I'm not being allowed to see my child. They would hand it to you. They would say, you fill this out. It's relatively simple. Again, pro se, no counsel required, no money required, very, very minimal money required, maybe a motion fee, $20. And they would be able to file to see their children for visitation. Mm-hmm. The process is relatively simple, and it doesn't happen. So that's what I want to say before we go into that. Why aren't the men here? Why aren't the men present?
Okay, now let me answer. The reason that the men aren't present is because, hold on.
Married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. 1.
That's the reason that the men aren't there. You see, here's the problem with society, with modern society. Sperm is cheap and easy to come by. There really isn't a safeguard from a woman's egg and a dumbass nigga sperm. There isn't. You see, a woman could get sperm anywhere. She could get it from the homeless. She can actually get it from a bank. Shout out to Ari Nagel. You know, that guy that impregnated, like 100 women. All of them, by jacking off into a Target drink cup. Yeah.
Oh, that white guy.
Yeah, that white guy. That guy. So you see here. Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. You can't stop a dumbass bitch from getting pregnant, unfortunately. What you can do is attempt to reduce the number of dumbass bitches that exist in the world. And that is what channels like mine are addressing. We're addressing the dumb bitch problem, because guess what? Even if we get like 99.9, even if we do like Listerine numbers and we get 99.9% of men on board, they're always going to seek out that one dumbass nigga that says stuff like, hey, I ain't trying to turn up anything as far as sex, my man. They're always going to find. Excuse me, right quick. They're always going to find this dumbass jackass nigga like this, huh? Says biology.
No,
they're always going to find. What are you talking about? You think that?
Tell me where you're seeing this. What statistics?
I'm looking at it right now.
What you're looking at now is a group of women who have had to adjust to their environment.
They had to adjust to fucking this thing. They had to adjust to fucking his. Their fathers probably was ignorant ass niggas too.
Yeah,
The
they
point
probably
is,
were, and so they adjusted.
the point is,
and they
the
said
point
men are not going to be present. They can't be relied upon.
it
We have
is
to
a
do this
perpetual.
ourselves.
No. It's that they have a choice. They have a choice. There's somebody in their school, though it's a New Jersey school, nevertheless, there's somebody in their school making 4.0. They could get him a sandwich and wait until he becomes something of himself and then let him bite her ass. But nope.
And there are women
Instead,
that do that.
no, they are not. They're 16 and they get pregnant by this dumbass nigga. Okay? They are not doing that.
Tell me where you're getting. Okay, where's this information coming from?
It's coming from here. Let's watch it.
This is anecdotal.
It's really startling change in values. 25 years ago, you would not have heard such things said so freely because they were
it proves nothing. I'm gonna watch
it.
The
strong family was still the backbone of Black America, and 3 out of 4 children had both parents at home. That is true no longer.
Hold on.
Most Black children eat what they learn by a woman. Clorinda said she could make it on her own as a single parent. She has never been married and is raising her daughter without a man's help. She's not unusual. Today, nearly 60% of all Black children.
Look at all those bastards. And
Adjustment.
that comes.
Adjustment.
All right.
Adjustment
This is just
to surroundings.
No. See. This is your way of saying or trying to figure out a way to blame men for women being sexually irresponsible. For women being sexually irresponsible.
It's both of their fault.
It's
50-50.
more their fault. It's not 50-50.
50-50.
Just because it's 2 of
50-50.
something that does not make it 50-50.
In this case, it's 50-50 because that man could have worn a condom. We just talked about how ignorant he is.
No. But
He can't
it's
even
several
speak
women.
proper English.
It's several. Neither can they.
Oh no, they're doing a lot better than he is.
No, they are not. She said parent with a W. She's stupid, and it's going to get worse.
So we're not gonna. Okay.
It's going to get worse the more you watch the interview. Wow.
Okay, but you know what?
Born out of wedlock.
50-50.
Timothy said his children are not his responsibility.
You see this?
He has left them to be supported by their mothers and welfare. He's not unusual either. For LaDon and Clorinda and Timothy, and many more like them in cities all over America, the traditional family no longer exists. It has vanished, and something new is taking its place. Single women and the children they're rearing alone are the fastest growing part of the Black population. What becomes of the Black family in a world where the values are being turned upside down?
I need to make a point.
17 and 18, uneducated, unmotivated, fooling around, wandering around. What's the child gonna learn? Who's to teach him? When you learn something you was taught by your parents.
Go ahead, tell me.
I'd like to make a point.
Go for it.
We need to make sure, and this touches on what I was talking about earlier. My whole ideology here is not anti-man. It's not all your fault. My ideology is that it's all of our fault. And my ideology is that we need to keep in mind when we're looking at these sources, especially from this video that you're looking at, you have to remember media. Who produced this? Who mass produced this video? What was the agenda? What was the purpose? So we need to keep that in mind as well. But at the end of the day, that man could have worn a condom on his penis and those women could have taken birth control. It's 50-50 and it's 50-50 today. Now, actually, I changed that. I don't think it's 50-50 today. I do think, I'm going to be fully transparent, and I always will. I think today there's a stagger toward men's responsibility. And the only reason I say that is because men, we're progressing as time goes on. Time is a continuum. And so we have been able to see what has worked and what hasn't. Men, I feel like a lot of times Black men don't want to step to what word would I use? They don't want to step to the mantle of collective responsibility that you have as men, period. You have it, whether you want it or not. And we talked about it already. If you don't exercise it, you're still leading, but you'll be leading in absence. And the women are going to adjust to your absence. And that's going to be the form of your leadership. But Black men don't want to step to that. A lot of times it's like, no, you call it blaming you. What it really is bestowing upon you that natural position that you have, you should be leading. You should have been able to look at generations past and saw what worked or not. Why are we still, even though we have all these videos like you're showing me right now from the 80s, why are Black men still walking around and not choosing to put condoms on and then want to turn around and say, well, the women didn't take birth control? Well, you didn't put a condom on either, did you? And you're the leaders. And see, that's, you'll turn around and you want submission, but then when someone talks about that mantle of leadership that you need to step into, you don't want that. That's blame. It's not blame. It's responsibility.
Listen,
that comes with your power, and you do have
damn
power as men.
Okay. Here's the thing: if a woman walks around with no panties on, and she asks 100 guys, "Can I have some semen?" somebody's going to say yes. That is just the way statistics works, and it only takes one. But apparently, it's far too many. Notice how the interviewer interviewed a bunch of Black chicks and only one dude. See, it's more ignorant bitches than there are dumb niggas. Now, if I get rid,
I agree with that.
Now, if I get rid of a large portion of dumb niggas, it will still be the same amount of bastards being born. However, if I get rid of half dumb bitches, you disagree. How do you disagree with that? Explain.
I disagree.
Explain.
Because
so let's just say, right? Let's just say you have 100 dumb bitches and 2 dumbass niggas. You'll have 100 babies. And if you reduce that number to 1, you will still have 100 babies. That's just how it works. However, if you take those 100 dumb bitches and turn half of them into Claire Huxtables, then you'll only have 50 babies. But when you try to turn them into, I care about Claire because she is fit. I care about Claire because she is fit, feminine, and friendly. I care about Claire because she is fit, feminine, and friendly, and she gives Heathcliff Huxtable a sandwich. That is why I care. Okay, I care about all fit, feminine, friendly, sandwich getting women of the world.
So what about that video? I wish I could post the video.
These chicks in the thing are not Claire Huxtable. Nope, they're dumbass, dirty bitches. Of
course not.
Now. And I'm going to
explain. These are urban women who have had an urban upbringing.
Okay. So this is the community you want me to salvage?
No.
I am not the dumb bitch whisperer. I am not the dumb bitch whisperer. So my point it's too much. It is too much of them. And I'm not saying I leave Black women alone. I give every single woman I'm attracted to the opportunity, dare I say the honor and duty to get me a sandwich and present that booty. However, if they do not do it, that's more food in. Now, I'll play some more.
Can we not? Because the point has been belabored. You're belaboring the point.
No.
I already understand your point.
Right.
You're belaboring the point.
And I'm gonna drill it in because you think
you're belaboring the point.
You think that it's something that we doing wrong. Listen, let's take a meet at her baby daddy.
You're doing wrong. I know that it's something you're doing wrong.
No. I want
and
you
what
to.
You're doing
I
wrong,
want
what
you
you're doing
to
right now.
I want you to see
these men accountable.
Okay,
for the
well
part
let's see the
Your
part
whole
that the men play. Let's see the part that the men play. Let's look at the part that the men play. Okay, well, no. Let's look at the men. This part is about to focus on the men. So I will give you a bone. Listen.
This is Newark, New Jersey, one of America's inner cities. Inner city is a polite name for ghetto, as in black ghetto. Those of us.
New Jersey looks like shit. Y'all live there.
Agenda. This is a white agenda too, by the way. It's
you don't live in the ghetto are brought here usually by television, and usually only when they're.
Yeah, it was a white man that pinned her down and took a dumbass nigga.
White agenda too, during a very racist time period when when Reagan was in office.
Oh my God!
You gonna tell me it's not true? You're gonna tell me that's not true?
What is the white agenda? The white man is not impregnating these bitches because they have standards.
I didn't say he was, but I didn't say that. But
no,
they still have
this is a dumb nigga agenda, and they are just
who they want to give coverage to. They do it now. You talk about certain women. They're putting certain women in the.
Y'all want to hide these bitches. Y'all want to hide them and pretend like they don't exist until somebody comes and stepdaddy.
Not at all.
Until somebody comes and stepdaddy these chicks. No, we need to see it. We need to see that they exist. Good, then watch it with me.
Let's have a balanced show.
Look at his hairline. Watch it with me.
Let's show
But
my
we have to
mama
come
in the
here if you want to
70s,
understand
in the
those
80s.
fearsome statistics about the vanishing black family. Now, a lot of white families are in trouble too. Single-parent families are twice as common in America today as they were 20 years ago. But for the majority of white children, family still means a mother and a father. This is not true for most black children. For them, things are getting
Message.
worse. Today, black teenagers have the highest pregnancy rate in the industrial world. And in the black inner city, practically no teenage mother gets married. That's no racist comment. What's happening goes far
It
beyond
sure
race.
is.
Why then do so many teenage girls get pregnant and have children? Why do so many fathers abandon their families? The answers begin with the people here. They told us what happens to family when mothers or children, fathers don't count, and the street is the strongest school.
If one had Chuck over here, Bob Slade, standing by, we are going to check with you on
It is the beginning of another school day in Newark, New Jersey. Another day of class for Clorinda Henderson. She is 17 and had hoped to graduate from high school next year, but that was before the birth of her baby.
I dreamed that having a little baby, you could just cuddle your arm, just hug all the time, kiss on it, smell it, because it's so sweet. I thought it'd be fun until I had him.
I thought it'd be fun. How dumb is this
That's
bitch?
those are the musings of a child. There are white children who say that too. That's
But
called
they
a
don't.
child.
But they're not walking around pregnant. And I'm not gonna go
Yeah,
for
they
the
are.
whole.
I mean, not to the same degree, but I'm just saying the white
Yeah.
children who
Okay.
fall
Well,
into
I'm
that
saying
same
that.
trap. That's a
What?
child
Listen.
speaking.
Listen.
That's what she's
Listen.
a child. Why are we
She's a
talking about
dumb
what a child
child.
thought?
Well, she's a
She's
dumb
a
child.
child. Don't say that.
What?
Don't say that.
What the hell?
She's
Did
a
you sound
child.
like that? Wait. Did you sound like that at 16 or 17?
No, but I don't have the same
Yeah.
upbringing as this girl.
That is okay. Well, whatever made her dumb, she is dumb, and it's not my responsibility. Listen, no, what I'm saying, sweetie, what I'm saying is she is not my responsibility. I refuse to accept the responsibility of dumbass people. Okay.
We have to.
No, we do not. No, I
Yes,
do
we
not.
do.
I
Yes,
no,
we
I
do.
do not. No, if you are not smart enough to follow my dictation, then I am not responsible for whatever
No,
transpires
that's not
after
the right
that.
attitude.
That is
the
the
right
only attitude. See,
No.
only a fool takes responsibility without power.
No. Here's the
If
thing.
she had it,
Let me-
no. If I would have got to her first, I would have told her, "Hey, don't get pregnant by bow-legged niggas." And if she disobeyed,
Oh my God.
then everything that transpired after that is on her. Let's listen some more.
The reality is different.
Oh my God, you are such.
Right now. I like had to pinch myself and see if I was here because I was like, this is too much.
Clorinda was only 15 when she got pregnant with her daughter, Shaquana. She is not unusual. Half of all black teenagers become pregnant. Clorinda has never been married. She's still living with her mother at home, where she's raising her baby daughter.
What is
Clorinda goes to a special school for dropouts after she takes her daughter to a daycare center. She has 5th grade math skills and reads at a 6th grade level.
You see that? And she's 17.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about. Okay.
And she's
Again,
17.
here's one of these issues that is a black.
I can't
at this
help that
time,
level
was a
of
black
dumb.
community issue, not a black woman issue. Where's this splintering coming from? Do you not understand that everything that black women are going through stems from what you're going through, and in some ways vice versa? But there's more responsibility on you. Why
What
are
the
black men
hell?
so adverse?
I am not.
Wait. Let me ask a question. Why are I want to pose this question to the chat. And I know they may not respond to me that they would the way that they would to you. But the men in the chat, why are black men so adverse to stepping into the mantle of leadership? And why do you see it as blame? It's not blame. Forget worrying about that someone's going to blame you. That's what comes with the power that you are born with. When you're a man,
Okay.
collectively, no, listen. When you're a man, you must listen to this part because this is true. When you're a man, men, you are born. You are born, and this is true in any community. If you look in any other racial community, any other race, their communities understand this fully. And you guys love to talk about how those women behave, but the men are different. They
Okay.
accept that mantle of leadership. I will never forget, I was watching a podcast and it was cruise season. Yep, cruise season. And there's this Hispanic girl on there, beautiful girl. All the women on there are beautiful to me. But there's this pretty Hispanic girl on there. And her viewpoints are I'll put it this way, her viewpoints are favorable to what Black men tend to believe. Right. And I couldn't help but notice, there's so many comments about her. And I thought, what you guys don't understand is what makes her community, the community that she's reared from, different from ours. The men take on a different role of leadership. And I'm
Okay.
not putting Black men down. Again, I had a wonderful father. I have a wonderful husband right now. So this is not about hurt or bitterness or I don't like Black men. This is just the truth. And my husband, you talked to my husband today. You
Yes, I
sit
did.
here and tell me you did. Did he not agree with I'd say about 60% of what I'm saying here? Because I would even go as high as 70 because he is the type of man, he's not implicated in any of this. He's not trying to defend himself. He's not motivated by any sort of, subconscious motivations that I think affect men sometimes. He's looking at it and he's like, look, let's be real here. We are the leaders. What's the biggest problem in the Black community? Violence. The fact that our communities are like a damn war zone and that you can't even live in urban communities sometimes, in the Black community sometimes. And then the other problem, the biggest problem is fatherlessness. And we know this, right? That those are the biggest problems. Those rest on your shoulders as men. But you see that as blame modernly. I don't think that men of older generations saw it that way. Because my dad was a pastor and he put together many, many programs. There were programs for women too. My mom would head those up. But my dad, there was a huge focus on programs for young men because the understanding was there that we lead. We have to teach these young men how to lead. At some point, somewhere, being called to lead has become blame to you, has become something to run from, something to shirk from, something to create excuses for, something to feel offended by. All you're being asked to do, all you're being called to do is fulfill the role, the natural role that you hold and that other races of men stand in. And it's not that Black men can't stand in it. I think that you can. And that's the thing. I've had many, I'll be in comment sections commenting and, I hear like, you must be hurt. No, I have no reason to be hurt. Not one. Nope, it's not that. Oh, well, this must have happened. That must have happened. No, you must hate Black men. I love Black men. I want Black men to rise. I want Black men to walk in that mantle of leadership. But for some reason, modernly, it's become blame to you. And I want to know why. Why has it become blame instead of just, this is what we have to do? We have to take the responsibility for a community. Everybody else understands that. And I'm not trying to put you down. Where is that lacking here where we don't get that here
Let me
in our
let me ask you this.
community?
Let me ask you this. Why?
Why what?
Why do I have to take responsibility?
Well, it depends what you're asking me.
Okay, here's
Let's
what
let's
here's what I'm
let's
asking.
define that.
Here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. This came out like in '84, and so let's just say that's when the kid was born, '84, right? I got a
Okay.
feeling that little girl is just as dumb as fucked up as her mother. You saying that I should get with that now adult?
No.
Why?
No, I
So
wouldn't expect
so
that.
in what way Do I have to take responsibility for any of this garbage? Listen, the
Okay.
reason why that Latin community that you described is so Latin-y and stuff like that is because they get their men
Latiny. Wait. What is Latiny? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. What's Latiny?
Latin of Latin descent, basically
Okay.
since the Romans conquered the Latin region, which was their form of writing at the time, a neighboring Italian
Yes.
tribe. Yeah,
Yep.
they developed a form of writing that's called Latin, and then just the entire language was Latin,
The Romance
and it's
languages.
yeah, exactly. So, and then since they moved that culture to Hispaniola, which includes Portuguese and Spain, who later moved it to places like Brazil, Mexico, Dominican Republic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that culture comes from a long line of sandwich getting women. You see, here's the thing. Here's how Rome started. Okay. Basically, Romans are displaced Trojans. After the Greeks sacked Troy, the Romans had to move west, for fear of Greek persecution, and they found a place to settle called Rome. However,
Okay.
there was an absence of women, so there was a tribe called the Sees, Sees, that they had to kill the men and take the women. And you want to know what those women did after that happened?
What did they do? I don't know anything about
They
this, so I'll just preface with that.
Yeah,
But go
yeah.
ahead.
I'll tell you what they did. They got the Roman men sandwiches, and it's from that
We don't know that.
civilization.
We don't.
Yes, we do. Yes,
We don't
we
know that.
do. Yes, we do. The man's name
That's
was
all they
Gnaeus.
did. That's all
His
the
name,
women did was get sandwiches.
that's not all they did. That's how other Romans came. They did a lot more, but I'm just saying that is the beginning of Roman civilization. Gnaeus, who is the father of Ramses and I think Ramos, they got sandwiches for him, and they were twins. That is how you begin a society. So they are very Latin-y in the sense of they always gathered the proper shit. Ever since hunters and gatherers, if you get a bitch that don't gather, show me a bitch that don't gather, I'll show you a nigga that don't hunt. That is
So
the
what's
way
your
stuff.
premise here, though? What's your premise? Okay,
My
so
premise
so
is
yeah, what's your premise?
that their society is that way because of the submissive women. That is why Spanish society
No,
is that
it's
way,
not.
and that is what. Yes, it
It's not.
is. Yes, it is. They are
It's not.
submissive. It's cause and effect. Yes, it is. Yes, it
Women
is.
follow men.
Every time I go,
let me?
you
I'm
damn
gonna
right.
let you
You
finish,
damn
and then I'll
right. Which
comment.
means that
I'm gonna let
these
you
are
finish.
not women. When I
I'm gonna let you
travel
finish.
abroad, and
Finish.
Romulus and Remus, thank you. When I see people, I'm not making this up. People know that's how
I didn't say you're making it up, but your
Roman civilization
interpretation
began with a
of it.
sandwich. My point is that when I travel abroad, there's lineups of Latin beauties that's waiting to get me a sandwich. And until these bitches get in line, and I'm talking about the ones here with the 5th grade
I really wish
educations,
you would stop
walking,
saying that. Can you stop with
these
the C
women
word?
get in line. The ones here with 5th grade educations, these know-it-alls that's making stupid vaginal decisions until they get in line. I don't want to have anything to do with their stupidity.
Okay,
You're
can
feeding
I
the
comment?
system.
Okay,
Yeah.
I heard what you said. I understand your viewpoint. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that what's different about our culture, and I'm not speaking against our culture, because we all have to understand, everybody listening, we got to understand the Black American culture. We're not talking about African cultures, the Black American experience. We are brand spanking new. We are the newest culture of any on the globe. Well, maybe not. I don't want to say that. There could be something newer, but from what I understand, we are the newest culture. From what I learned, 15 years ago in school, we're the newest culture. We're the newest culture on the globe. So we are still in infancy stages. We have to keep that in mind. All of us, not men versus women, and women, all of us together. We're a new culture. So we're learning. We're making our way here. We're coming out of extreme adversity. Extreme adversity. And I would argue that any other culture that you put in this situation, I don't know that they would necessarily be where we are now. I'm just going to put that out there. So we're growing, we're learning. But what we have to keep in mind, let me just say something really quick before you cut in. When you look at, we were just talking about the Romance languages. You have to look at something. When you're looking at history, It's the same way when you're looking at history. It's very similar to when you're doing. My father was a pastor, and I used to love reading his seminary books just for my own. It just was interesting to me. But one thing I saw, there was always this little entry, this little, not entry, but a what do you call that little it was a preface, I guess. A preface. There's another word, but it's like a preface to a book. And they would explain.
The not
It would,
prologue, but the epilogue.
yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure. But it was like it was a preface to the book in the beginning. And it would state, be careful when you're looking at text like this. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is that history is the same way. You have, and I learned this, history is the same way. You have to be careful. There are two different ways you can interpret information, by exegesis or eisegesis. Exegesis is when you take from the text only. You pull from the text for your understanding. Eisegesis is when you have a preconceived notion, a preconceived idea, and you read that into the text and interpret the text with that idea in mind. And that influences how you interpret it. We have to be careful because I hear a lot of eisegesis. I hear a lot of preconceived notion being sewn into the understanding of the text. And with history, you have to be
Okay,
careful
it's
with the
not.
same thing.
It's
With
not
when we're
preconceived.
talking,
It's
let
oh
me just say,
Jesus.
can I just say that I know I might be a little long-winded. Just bear with me one second more. So we have to be careful of that. So look, when we're looking at history, you have to understand and I majored.
You went away. You said I majored
Can
and
you,
then you went away.
can you hear
Oh,
me?
I hear you now.
It was
Yeah.
a phone call came in.
Yeah.
Before I went to law school, I majored in sociology. And my concentrations, bear with me, you guys. My concentrations were sociology. I'm sorry, sociology was the major, but my concentrations were queer studies, because that
Mhm.
was interesting to me. I'm not gay, but it was just interesting to me. And Black studies. And in Black study, and they actually, it's interesting because there was a lot of overlap. But anyway, that's another subject. But
There is no
Black
overlap unless you're
studies.
black and gay. All right,
No,
go
there
for
was
it.
a lot of overlap, believe it or not.
There's no overlap.
Starting at
There's
about
no
not
overlap unless you are a black gay.
no, not historically.
Unless they are teaching prison logic, black does not mean gay.
No, there was.
All right, well, you're gone again. So my point is that women must submit. Period. You are not responsible for the doings of unsubmissive women. And her, hold on, let me. All right, she's disconnected. We as men are not responsible for the doings of unsubmissive women. We are not. And furthermore, she says that, oh, we're a new culture. And if anybody else been through the same stuff that we've been through, everybody else been through what we've been through. You see, the lines of slavery don't start at Florida and end in Virginia. Nope. It happened all across the West Hemisphere and some of the North and some of the Eastern Hemisphere. It happened everywhere, and we just so happened to have got the crop of most fucked up bitches that they were. That is just what happened. Okay, you know they like, oh, it's slavery. How come the Dominican chicks don't act like that? How come the Brazilian chicks don't act like that? No, how come they not on there saying, you know, how many of you want to be married to your baby's father? And then only one Brazilian chick raised her hand. How come? See, they try to make it seem like, oh, this is a unique set of circumstances that brought us to this end. Nope, it is not a unique set of circumstances. Other people have been through very similar circumstances,
We have
and
here.
they wound up the better for it. Brazilians were slaves. In fact, they were slaves longer than black Americans were. Theirs ended in 1880 as opposed to 1865. Do you want to know what that means? It means that they're a newer culture than ours, and their women still get their men sandwiches all the damn time. I've been to Brazil. They get them sandwiches, and they get them those weird ass fruit things that smell funny. They get
But
them
again,
that all the
that
time.
governing culture is not the same as the white culture that here in the U.S. we have a very unique experience here.
How is it
when you're
unique?
talking about
No, no,
Brazilian,
no, no, no,
their
no,
ideology is different. Their
no. Y'all
ideology and
face it,
their
face it.
the
Exactly.
ruling
But the
culture there is
situation,
different.
the
Do you
situation
know
was
what
very
happened in
similar.
Brazil? Do you know what happened with
Their situation was very similar. Yes,
No,
I
but
know what
listen, in
happened.
Brazil,
I know what happened in Brazil.
what am I
Basically,
do you know what I'm referring to
yes, I
when I
know what
ask
you're
that
referring
question?
to, and
What?
yes, it is true. Basically, the slave ships that came from Africa stopped off at Brazil first, and all of the hot chicks were bought there, and all the
No.
leftover bitches landed in America.
Okay, wait a
That is
minute.
okay.
I don't know why you say this provocative stuff, but to me, I it's fine. I just you're funny and that's fine. But let me say this. What happened in Brazil was very different from what happened here. There was a purposeful, if you look at Brazilian people, you're going to notice that they tend, now you will see some black Brazilians, a few, but for the most part, why do you
It's
notice
not a few. It's not a few. It's more. It's more there than here.
it's more there than here? No.
Yes.
Listen, wait.
Yes. Yes.
Let me, because now I haven't been to Brazil. I haven't been there. I haven't visited.
It's the
I've
second
been all
largest
across.
black
I have
populated
traveled
country in the
I've
world next to
traveled all across
Nigeria.
the world. But let me
It's the
say
second.
this.
It's the second largest black population.
But
Next to Nigeria.
immigrants. They're immigrants. I'm talking about the
No, they're
natives.
not. They're
The
descendants of slaves.
the native
They
sir.
are descendants of
The native
slaves. Where are
sir.
they
The
immigrating
native
from? They're
sir.
a whole continent. Huh?
The natives. The
Well,
natives.
it depends. Well, the natives are Native American. What
No,
are you
the
talking about?
natives in
Everybody came there
Brazil.
from boats.
No,
No, no.
the
They
reason that the
have.
natives in Brazil look the way
Damn
they
it.
do, the reason what am I go ahead. If I'm interrupting you, I want you to go
No,
ahead
it's
because
not that you're
I want to say
interrupting.
this.
It's just that you're getting shit wrong. No, they
No,
have a larger descendant of slave population. They have the biggest in the world.
they do. But listen, this is what happened there. They had a purposeful, the ruling government there had, they embarked on a purposeful, which I wonder sometimes if that's what's happening here, perhaps, and we're not aware. But anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. But there was a purposeful race mixing. What they decided to do, you guys have to understand something. Genetics, black genes, and this is why I hate when I hear, this kind of goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier. I hate when I hear black people not loving our genes, because our genes, let me put it this way. I have my brother-in-law one day, we were talking and he was like, we were talking about just race relations and stuff, and he was like, who is God trying to preserve? And I hadn't thought about it in that way. I thought about it before, but not in the way that he stated it. And I said, wow, that's so deep. Like that really impressed upon me, because you know what? Our genetic dominance, that's something to love. The universe is trying to preserve. Nature knows how to preserve what it wants to preserve. I'm gonna just put that out there. But anyway,
Okay.
I digress.
Here's the
Nature is trying to preserve us. We're not the only ones who see that. In Brazil, they saw that. There was a time when eugenics was a huge issue. It was a huge thing. It was something that was going, it was passing around, to different, among different leaderships of different countries, and they handled it differently. They all handled it differently. We know how Germany handled it. We know how the US handled it. We know how with, anti-miscegenation laws. We know how Brazil handled it. How did Brazil handle it? They said, what we're going to do is whitewash them. We're going to whitewash them. And what they did was embark on a pointed, purposeful agenda to whitewash black genes. That's why when you go there, a lot of the natives you'll see look like mixed people. Why? Because that was if I can go on here, I'm going to upload this source, so I can, there are many sources, but my favorite source to show you what I'm talking about. But they embarked on a purpose. That was their means of handling that issue, because it was discovered what happened was that Europeans first started out thinking that they were superior. And what they found out was that they were not. what they found out through genetics was, no, we're not. We're recessive. Our genes are recessive. Nature is trying to preserve us the least. And that ensued panic. It was panic. I mean, really, that was what was happening around that time with white people. Panic. That's where eugenicists came about, and, trying to understand it, trying to explain it. When they saw, no, our genes are the most recessive, actually. And they were the ones who even started studying that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know. I get what you said. She's gone again. Why don't you just call from the computer? Let me play some more of this, because this is getting troublesome. Actually, I want to say this. Ever notice how they don't? It's more about giving birth than sustaining families. All this talk about genes, and you got to preserve your genes. This chick right here on the screen is preserving the Black gene, but she's doing nothing to preserve the Black family structure that support the genes, are they?
When I got pregnant, I said, well, I'ma have this baby, and she's not gonna stand in the way of my education. I'm not gonna let no one stand in the way of my education. I ain't gonna be like these other girls, just drop out, can't get no job, no money, have to be on welfare.
Ready. On the vocabulary. Bingo. Miranda learned about birth control in sex education courses, but she still became pregnant. You think it was a mistake?
Well, I'll say
About birth control.
just drop out, can't get no. I had this baby, and she's not gonna stand in the way of my education. I'm not gonna let no one stand in the way of my education. I ain't gonna be like these other girls, just drop out, can't get no job, no money, have to be on welfare.
Ready. On the vocabulary. Bingo. Miranda learned about birth control in sex education courses, but she still became pregnant.
Like I said.
It was a mistake.
Like I said.
Okay, so we can't blame it on education. She learned about birth control and she still took raw semen. So
she learned about birth control in a
stuff like
educational
this
environment. That's
she knew about penis, vagina, and condoms. She knew it.
And she doesn't wear condoms. Men do. And they
she didn't request. She didn't request or require.
We don't know what she requested. Men do.
Yes, we do, because she's about to say it right now. So
that's why it's 50-50.
She's about to say it right now.
Like I said,
she's about to say it right now. Listen her good.
That's why it's 50-50 responsibility, like I said.
That's why. Because I wasn't on any, birth control methods. Neither was he. And, we were sexually active. And when it happened, it just happened.
When you think back to that day when you learned you were pregnant, what went through your mind?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna tell my mother.
How rude.
I'm gonna tell my mother she gonna make me get an abortion. I was really scared, I think.
Why didn't you want to get an abortion?
Because I wanted his baby.
What did you like about him?
His legs.
His legs?
I got a thing for bow-legged boys.
Bow-legged.
What is this supposed to be proving? What is this supposed to be showing? One stupid girl?
It's to prove that is she's not alone. She walked around with an open vagina to bow-legged niggas.
Oh my god.
That is exactly what happened. I could got an abortion.
Maybe she did.
I could got an abortion, but I wanted to have this baby.
Maybe she did. You know
because
what?
he bow-legged. He bow-legged. I like bow-legged boys.
Okay,
I like,
but you know
I
what?
like,
that bow-legged ass boy, that bow-legged boy.
I like bow-legged boys.
That bow-legged boy also is responsible. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, let's see this response. Well, they're going to interview the responsible bow-legged boy.
This whole thing that you guys are doing in the manosphere, all I'm saying is that it doesn't have. All I'm saying is let's follow this to its logical conclusion.
The logical conclusion. I am doing a public service now. Listen, I'm doing a public service. Right quick. Let me just do a public service. Right quick. Okay. So I can help the women out there. ladies, this is Game Changer. I care about you. Do not get pregnant by a guy simply because he's bow-legged.
Okay.
Just
And
because
this is not
a
like
guy
this
is
isn't
bow-legged,
from the
you should
70s.
you just because a guy is bow-legged, you should not receive raw semen from him.
Okay.
If so, you will have a lot of bow-legged babies and nobody to take care of them.
Thank you.
Bow-legged
Thank you for
babies
that
are
announcement.
bow-legged babies are particularly difficult to give birth to. The curvature of their legs ruptures the vagina on the way out. So please, ladies, avoid bow-legged semen.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. That was great.
Mhm.
I appreciate it. But what I want to say is this. We need to keep in mind, yes, you can show this video from 1970, whatever.
84. Yeah.
84. Okay. It's 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look 80s. But okay, so 80s. What we need to look at is this. As a collective, Black men, this is what I want to say to everyone listening, to all Black men listening. You can sit here and you can laugh. You can try to shirk responsibility and put it on the women. We can talk about other cultures. But what we need to understand is that at the end of the day, you lead. You lead. Whether you lead actively and responsibly, or whether you lead in your absence. And so your leading is a void. When you lead in absence, it's a void.
Well,
And
I'm
with
here,
that
aren't
void
I?
there, the women sit there and try to figure out what they're gonna. What you're looking at now is women who are responding to voided leadership. Voided.
Right. Okay, but
It's
see, here's the
void.
thing. Here's the thing, love. I'm here. I'm here right now.
You're not here. You're
No,
not
I am here.
here.
I am
You
here.
might as well not be here. What you're saying?
No,
Can
I am
say
here.
this?
No, I am
You're
here.
here.
Ladies,
You're here.
if you want
diminishing you.
if you want proper leadership, then follow
You're
me
not here.
away from
No.
bow-legged sperm. That
Okay,
is what
listen.
you do.
You're here.
Follow me
You're
away
here.
from bow-legged sperm.
Listen.
I am
Listen.
here leading you and to away
You're
from
not.
bow-legged sperm.
You're
Now,
not. You're not.
now,
You're
if
here. You're here.
if at this point you still find yourself pregnant and all you can say about it is I like bow-legged boys, that shit is on you because I told you different. And just like the people in sex ed told her different and she didn't listen to their leadership, everything else that follows is on her. Listen more.
Let me explain something about women really quick.
Oh, damn it.
I just want to say something about women really quickly for men. All the men listening, you can translate this into what I'm going to say. You can translate this into your personal lives too. Women, there's a role for male leadership that's there. If it's not there, it's a void and it's still leading. Like I said, you're still leading in absence. But submission is earned. Submission is earned. What you're looking at right now is a woman who has looked around in her surroundings and said, I don't see any leadership here. They're not
she's seen
here.
bow-legged dudes, huh?
She did.
Okay.
Because she's human. And women still have, we talked about this already. Women still, people still have human desires. I mean, they're there. We're not going to sit here and pretend that they're not. So she's a human being. She still
Wait
has
a minute.
But see, when women from other cultures go through their pubescent, whatever you want to call it, through their adolescence, and
they go through puberty.
But the reason I didn't use that term is it's beyond just puberty. It's psychological. It's beyond that. So the whole period of time beyond puberty and leading into, let's say, from puberty to all through the 20s, when other women of other races are looking and they're going through that process, they're looking and they're seeing, okay, there are men, these men have built, these men have led, these men are showing us what to do. I can see, not everyone, Not everyone. There are losers in every community. But I can see enough men that can show me leadership where I feel like it's reasonable to believe that I may find one who can partner with me and lead me. In the Black community, and this is not a detraction from Black men, it's socialization. There are reasons for this. But all I'm saying is let's not put all on the women. That doesn't make sense. It's not all on the women. These men have led.
Well, let's
let me
listen
finish.
to the
No.
men.
Let me finish.
What the hell? You keep talking.
Let me finish. These women look and they see these are men who have built a community for me. I see a hospital. I can look and see a hospital that was led by men from my community. I can look and see a grocery store that's led by men in my community. I can look and see a library. I can look and see a school. I can look and see that these men, I can trust that if I take the role of submission, that there's someone there to catch me. I don't think you guys understand what submission feels like.
I don't want to understand what submission feels like.
You could never understand that because you don't have to do it. You're a man, so don't say that. Because
I know. I don't want to.
Respectfully, you don't have to. Respectfully, I'm not trying to take over you're a man, but respectfully, you don't know. You don't have to do that.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what it's like to get a sandwich. I want to know what it's like to eat it.
Good for you.
And if y'all listen to me good. If y'all are of a mindset to where you got to build Rome before, when I told you the history of a Rome wasn't there first. The sandwich came first. And if you want to know what came first, the sandwich or Rome, it was the sandwich. Okay. Now, if y'all can't get behind a program that leads to Rome eventual, then more fool you. I find women who do. Now, let's watch this bow-legged dude because we want to see what type of Rome he's building. So let's see.
I love him. They have some gorgeous legs. I just don't know.
Darren Lyle is the father of Clorinda's baby. He is 18 and lives in central Newark. He dropped out of high school when he was 16. He has never held a steady job.
I spend most of my time listening to the radio. I don't go to school, I don't work, I don't do nothing. I just like this killing time.
Did you want to have a baby?
Not really. It just happened. You know, she just popped up pregnant. And I just.
Were your friends impressed?
None of you know it.
It just happened. She just popped up pregnant. And I don't do nothing. I don't go to school. I don't go to work. I don't do nothing. She just popped up pregnant, and I don't know. I just walk up and down the street and I listen to the radio, because I don't know. I'm bow-legged. See, they want to make you responsible because you have a penis and straight legs. You're responsible for the actions of two free individuals who decided to get together and make a baby. And that's why this baby was born. This baby has to look, she's like 35 or something like that right now. She has to look at her life. And when she say, how am I here? Why am I here? The reason that she exists is because her mama is stupid and her daddy is bow-legged. That is the reason for her existence. And it's our responsibilities. Fellas, listen to me good. Somehow, this is your responsibility. You are accountable. You are to do something to assure that his penis don't reach her vagina. You are supposed to be the cock blockers of the world. Boy, I tell you. It's because you haven't built that she went out and sucked bow-legged dick. Now, he didn't build, but she got to suck some dick, right? So, you know, it's biology. Biology tells you to suck the bow-leggedest dick there is. How much you want a better husband, bow-legged? No, I'm joking. Oh, Lord.
Everybody was telling me, that, she looked just like me, and, she is kind of cute, kind of pretty. And I was like, make me feel good.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do many of them have babies?
That seems like that's all they be doing around here, making babies and shit.
That's all they be doing around here, making babies. And I hope this is not Melody's father. That's all they be doing around here, making babies. And yeah.
Making babies.
Darren told us that in this neighborhood, it's easy to get involved with girls and easy to get into trouble. Darren has been arrested 5 times for stealing, suspicion of homicide, and for possession of a deadly weapon. When you were arrested for carrying a dangerous weapon, what was it?
Big machetes.
Machete?
Knives and big knives.
Nigga just walks around with a machete. He was arrested for carrying a machete. So she looked at his arrest record. He was arrested 5 times for stupid shit. But those legs, though. I like bow-legged boys.
You mean you just carried around with you?
I used to bring it to school with me.
That's hard to conceal that, isn't it?
Nah, because I had like this blue coat. It was like a blue goose. I poked a hole in the pocket of it, and I used to put it right in there.
Isn't that dangerous?
That's the way stuff was going, like that's the way the people was acting towards me. So I felt like I needed a weapon. Because, it just seemed like, it's like war, really, like Vietnam.
If you have a pet, if you have a dog that, for whatever reason, tries to have sex with moving cars and it just can't help itself, every time, every opportunity it gets, it tries to run out into the street and fuck a moving car. Shouldn't you just let it go at some point? Shouldn't you just say, you know something? I'm sick of trying to not make this happen. I think that it's time to, no matter how much you try, it just keeps doing it. It's like, you know something? Have at it. Have at it. You do you. But maybe that's just me.
Have you asked Darren to help you with the baby?
No, because I see he can't even help himself. He can't. It's pitiful to say that, but he can't. He
wasn't prepared to be a father?
No. And he still isn't.
Were you ready to be a mother?
Well, no. But now that I am, I just have to take it step by step.
You should not tender-headed.
Clorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria. (34) has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born. When you were pregnant, did you assume that you could turn to welfare for help after the baby came?
Well, yeah, but I didn't have her just to collect welfare. I had her because I felt that it would have been a part of me. I would have had somebody to live for and also somebody to love. And
this is ridiculous. This is what they say we are the leader of. We are somehow responsible for the actions of someone like this. Yeah, but I didn't have her for welfare. Basically, you wouldn't have had her if welfare didn't exist. If you knew that, if you wasn't certain that somebody else would come along and pick up the check, you wouldn't have had that girl, and you know it. So because welfare exists, you went out and got pregnant by a bow-legged boy. Let me read some super chats. Winthrop with the heavy hand. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate you. Thanks a lot, brother. Thanks a lot. The sandwich emojis. Appreciate you. Primetime VA says, I'm with an Asian woman, so I don't have to build a city for conditional submission. Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird that the line for a sandwich, the bar for a sandwich, seems to be a complete annihilation of the old world and a development of a new one. Like once Wakanda is built and global, then they'll get you a sandwich. That is pretty amazing. Thanks a lot, Primetime VA or Prime VA. All right, I'm doing a little more of this. I'm gonna go.
love me back.
Is your daughter the first person you've ever loved?
I really, really love my daughter.
2 months after the birth of their baby, Florinda was pregnant again by Darren. This time she had an abortion. She didn't.
So, right after this baby was born, they went back at it. No protection the second time either. But because she realized that she wasn't going to get more of a check, she didn't have the second one. Like, why does she need the second one? She's already getting a check, right? This is what they were saying. They're saying that this is our fault. They're saying that we're the leaders. You're the leaders when we choose to follow you, but we choose to follow you if you're bow-legged.
Didn't think she could handle 2 little children while still a teenager herself. Your grandmother was a single woman with a child. Your mother, a single woman with a child. Now you. Why is that happening?
I really didn't plan on getting pregnant, but if I really had somebody to really sit down and talk to, like really express my feelings to them, I don't think none of this would have happened. And then when it did happen, my grandmother's like, I told you this, I told you this. Tell me nothing.
Nobody told Darren anything either. His mother. Where's your father?
Locked up.
Locked up where?
Please.
What for?
Fighting, violence, stuff like that.
Had anybody ever told you what it is like to be a father?
I like watching other older, had kids.
How did you?
I learned that they take a lot of patience. Take a lot of patience.
You have a lot of patience?
I don't got a lot of patience.
Florinda doesn't always have a lot of patience either.
You want to fight?
This is agenda. Why are we showing this agenda video?
Don't say to me.
Why Holy feminist. Agenda.
And that's the rest. Then that's the rest of his life. Sitting with a chick with a leather hat on saying, "You want to fight? You want to fight? Well, don't ask me then. Don't ask me." Smoking in front of the baby. That is the rest of his life. That is the life of a guy who's been to jail 5 times by the time he's 16, that got a woman pregnant because he bow-legged. This is the community that we should be saving.
Come in now.
Talk to you. You like going out like that.
No, you went out. You shouldn't have said nothing to me. You done already pissed me off.
What I do?
Baby in one hand, cigarette in the other.
2 months after her abortion, Clorinda and Darren broke off their relationship. They see each other rarely now. Once in a while, Clorinda will take Shaquana to visit. Do you ever think about marrying Clorinda? Why not?
I ain't thinking about that. Nah, that's the last thing on my mind.
You ever feel depressed?
I don't be like sad. I just be like frustrated. I be like really like frustrated.
What are the odds that your daughter will follow the same route? Because there was your grandmother,
No,
your mother, and you.
no, I see to that.
How?
She won't. I would sit down, I would talk to her about her being a young lady, like Juana. If you go out here, you have sex, be sure you on birth control, or if you do have sex, make sure whoever you having sex with care about you. Don't just let them them get over on you thinking they got a piece of the action now. They can go tell Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Did your mother tell you those things?
No,
You tell them to yourself?
I talk to myself in the mirror.
And she talks to herself. There is nothing you can do to avoid such dysgenic breeding. There's nothing. And I refuse to accept the responsibility of something like that. You say that we look around, and you say that you as women look around and y'all look at the stuff that other men have built. This is what the fuck the women have built. And I don't want to have anything to do with that. You there? Oh, I don't know what's going on.
But
And you say no?
no. And like I said to my daughter, no more.
Now, Selsun Blue.
Oh, and by the way, Kristen Carrison did a follow-up. She did have more. All right. This is a whole nother one. And since my guest is gone, I'm going to close it down. But I do want to thank a special thanks to Winthrop. I appreciate the heavy hand. And I also want to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those listening silently, those who participate in the chat. Hit that like button on your way out. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.